Hi everyone, welcome back in another exciting project where we're going to be building this full stack AI generator Saas. So this time it's going to be a complete Saas. It's not like the previous project. So we're going to make some money from this application by using the PayPal gateway. So as you can see, this is the landing page. So it's pretty simple landing page. So we're going to have the header, some text in the hero section, the image of the application, and also the key features and the pricing plan. So also this it's completely responsive as you can see. So now let's access to our application and let's sign in. So we're going to use Clerk for authentication. So let's click on the continue. So we're going to log in with my Google account. And here, as you can see, so that's the dashboard of our application with this awesome design. So we're going to have this sidebar and we can be able to change its size if we want to. And also we're having all of these sections, so I'm going to get into them. We're having the header, the search, we're going to have a live search. So for example, if we type in something in here, we're going to have all the templates that we can be able to access into them. And we're going to have the generate button and the image and the name from the Google account that we signed in. And because we are in the Pro plan, so we're going to have the Pro plan in here, some stats in here, and also we're having this awesome chart. And here, notice that every time that we change the element, as you can see, the chart's going to be changing depending on the values that we're having. And because we selected the document generation, so we're going to have other values. The same thing that we do for the, if we do for the time saved, and here for the average word per doc. So we can be able to have a little bit more details of each section that we want. And also we're having another drop down to be able to select the last 10 days or the last 15 days. And finally, at the bottom, we're having the recent history. So here we're having, so I limited here showing just 3 templates. But if I click on the view all, we can be able to go to the history section. And here we're having all the elements that we generated so far. And also we're having this drop down to be able to filter the element just to be able to access easily to the template that we already generated. And as you can see, it is completely working well. And if so, let's do some selection in here. So as you can see, we can be able to filter things out. And here, as you can see, we can be able to, if we want, if we don't want one item, we can be able to unselect it like this. So as you can see, because there is no history was found with the template selected, so we're going to have this little text rather than just showing things empty in here. And finally, the next, sorry, we're going to have the template section. So here we can be able to access all the templates. Because we are in the Pro plan, so we have access to the all templates in here. And also we're having uh, this menu to be able to filter by the elements that we want. So for the coding tools, we're having one template. For YouTube, for example, we're having the YouTube hashtag just to make things much easier to the user and to enhance the user experience. And finally, we're having the favorite template. So notice here, we're having at the bottom the button to be able to select it as favorite. And if I click on here, the post title, and if we go to the favorite template, we're going to find it in here, the post title, just to make sure that the user, if he uses a template so often, he can be able to add it in here without having to go to the template and search for it. And at the bottom in here, we're having the dark mode. So this application supports fully the dark mode theme. And also we're having the button to be able to log out if we want to. So now we are going to show you the most important thing in here, which is how we are going to generate our content. So when we click on the generate button, we're going to have this awesome form to be able to generate the element that we want. So as you can see here, we're having another drop down. And by the way, all the elements that we are creating in here, the UI, we are going to create them from scratch. We're not going to use any library, and that's something very, very helpful and valuable to be able to know how to create the UI, even though it's going to take a little bit of time if you work with the UI component like ShadCN. Anyway, so here as you can see, we are selecting the post title, and also we're gonna uh, work on the validation. For example, if we let these empty and I click on generate, so we're gonna have this error telling us that the field is required. So we're gonna add the blog post topic. So for example, how to code faster. So we're gonna change the tone and hit generate. So we are hitting the API. By the way, we're going to use Google Gemini to be able to generate the content that we want. So here we're having this this headline generated strategies and techniques for faster development. So let's choose another template and we're going to go to the code generator. And notice here when we select another template, some of the elements are changing just to be able to have the appropriate element depending on the template that we choose. Like for example, if we choose the email newsletters, we're going to have the newsletter topic. And if we change to something else like the blog section, so we're going to have all of these are changing. So we're going to work on this and I'm going to show you how to be able to do this. So now let's generate some code and I'm going to choose Python and I'm going to say create a function to sort arrays of strings. And let's hit generate and we are waiting to get the result from Gemini. And as you can see, so here we're having some code, how to be able to sort arrays and some explanation for this, how it works. And notice here, if we go back and we go to the history, here we're going to find the elements that we recently generated. And also notice that the words generated in here has been updated successfully. And also all the numbers into the statistics or the overview section are going to be updated accordingly. And also another thing that I didn't show you is this is fully responsive, as you can see. So it is the size of the mobile screen, and we can be able to go from one side to another side, and all the elements we can be able to access to them very quickly, and everything is resized to the size of the screen, and we can be able to see all the elements without having any problems. So now I'm going to show you like the free plan and how it works. So I'm gonna open up the Google Chrome to be able to access to the other account. So let me go to the local host and I'm going to um, sign in with the account with the other account. So this is a free plan. As you can see, I'm going to show you some of the things for the free plan. Like for example, if we go to the template, here we're having the stars icon. So if I click on one of them, so I'm going to have this page asking me to subscribe or to upgrade my plan so you can be able to access to all of the other templates. So and also notice here where I'm having just 1000 words here. And also I can be able to go to this page when I click on the upgrade to pro. So when I click on the get started, so I'm going to have the PayPal buttons. So I'm gonna click on them, and then this window it's gonna be showing up. So something went wrong. I don't know why. So let me. So now when I click on the PayPal button, so this window it's gonna open up. And here, as you can see, I'm going to need to access to the PayPal uh, account. So here where I'm using the sandbox, I'm not using the live option, the sandbox option, and don't put in your email, your PayPal account to be able to get charged from this. So here I'm going to access to this account, and let's hit enter. And here, as you can see, I'm going to access to this. And when I pay when I complete the purchase, so this is what's going to happen. So we're going to have this window, payment successful, and we go to the dashboard. And as you can see right now, we are in the flow plan, and we're having we can be able to generate up to 100,000 words. So as you can see, this is the application. It's a fully application so you can be able to just use this to start making some money, or you can be able to update it and add more features. So if you are very interested about building this project, stick with me till the end of this video. Hi, welcome back. So here we are in Visual Studio Code, and as you can see, I already created my Next.js project. But don't worry, I'm going to show you how to be able to do that. So the first thing that we're going to do, we're going to go to our browser. So and go to the nextjs.org and go to the installation section. So that's what we are going to do, and that's what we need to do. Is the first thing that you need to install the node.js into your system. Then we're going to use this command line and go back to your VS Code to your terminal and paste it in here. So I'm not going to do this because I've already created my project, and you will get these following prompts. So just use uh, the default prompts or the default options that you're having here, meaning that we're going to use the Typescript, the Tailwind CSS for the source directory. So we're not going to use it. We're going to use the app directory. And for the remaining options, uh, make sure to use them as they are. So after that, uh, what I did, I created a new route called the dashboard. So here, as you can see, so that's the route because we're gonna create a dashboard. So I need to create a route, and to be able to create the route in Next.js, so the only thing that you need to do is to create a new folder. So I called it the route, the dashboard, and in here we're going to create the page.tsx. So each time that we create a new route, we need to make it functionable. We need to create a file called page.tsx since we're using TypeScript. And so here I'm just returning this text dashboard page. And also notice here I'm using this Poppins utility class. And also I'm going to show you how to be able to set that up. So the first thing that we're going to do, we're going to go to the layout.tsx, and here make sure to add this line. So we're going to add to use the Poppins object from the next font Google. So here probably we're having a lot of fonts from Google that we can use. And here we're going to create a new variable called Poppins, and we're going to use the Poppins object that we added in here. And here we're going to add all the properties needed. And after that, we're going to go to the GSX, and in the body tag, we're going to add the Poppins that variable into the class name of the body. After that, we're going to go to the global.css, and we're going to add this Poppins class. So after that, we're going to use it inside the page or the functional component of the dashboard route to make sure that it's going to be applied to all the elements that we're going to use inside the dashboard route. And as you can see, our pop-ins font has been applied successfully in our page. And the next thing that we're going to do, we're going to create the context API that we're going to use for the whole application. Since we're going to use a lot of variables between all the application, we need a place where we're going to hold all the variables inside, and that's going to be that, and they are going to be all shared between all the child components that we're going to create within this app. So to be able to do this, the first thing that I did, I created the app context.tsx. And here, so this is the structure, the basic structure that uh, that we need to create in order to set our context API for our whole application. So the first thing that I did, I created this interface that is going to hold all the types of the variables that we're going to create later. And next, we're going to create the default state for the context, meaning that for each variable, we need to have its default state. And then we're going to create our context like this by using the create context function provided by React. And then we're going to create this app context provider. So we're going to define our provider like this, and so it's going to wrap all the child components from this application. And then we're going to create our custom hook so we can be able to consume all the variables within this context API from child components. And after that, what we're going to do, we're going to go to the layout.tsx, and we need to wrap our body with the app context provider. So each variable that we add in here, it's going to be used by any child components. So that step is very crucial to make sure that things are working out as expected. And that's basically how we can be able to create our context API for any application. So now for now, everything like for these elements, they are empty, and also for the value property is empty because we're not adding any variable whatsoever. So the next thing that I'm going to do, I'm going to add the sidebar, and from here we will use the context API to be able to make sure that our sidebar is functioning successfully. And next I created the sidebar. So that's going to be the final design of the sidebar. So we're having the logo and this button to be able to hide the sidebar if we want to. So we're going to add this functionality. We're having the main menu and as you can see, it is selectable. So we're having the dashboard, the history, the subscription, the template. Then we're having the other menu, the dark mode, the settings, and the logout. So um, and here for the icons, we're going to use the React Icons library, something that I recently discovered, and it's way better than Awesome icon library or MUI library. And they're providing so many icons, all free. So let's go back to the VS Code to show you how I did to be able to create this sidebar. So here into the sidebar, into the app folder, I created the sidebar folder inside the dashboard folder. And those are the components that I'm using. Um, so first, let's go to the sidebar.tsx, which is the main functional component of our sidebar. And as you can see, we're having the main container that has all of these property classes and the utility classes, sorry. Then inside this div, we're having all the functional components. So this for the logo, this for the main section, and this for the other selection, just to make sure that everything is clean in our code instead of using all of these components inside this folder because they are pretty long. what I did, I created each component in its own file. So for the logo, so that's the file for the logo. And also, before I start talking about the code, make sure to something that I forgot to mention is to be able to install first the React icons. So that's their page into the npm.js.com, and make sure just copy this command line and go to your terminal, create a new terminal, and paste it in here. So I've already done this, of course. So after this, then we can be able to use the icons. So first we need to import the icons that we want. So those are the icons that we are using currently into the sidebar. And here, as I said, the JSX of the logo functional component. So this for the main container, and this for the logo and the title. So I'm adding comments for each part. So this is for the icon, and we are putting the icon inside this div. And then we're having this for the title. And finally, we're having this for the sidebar, and we're using justify between just to make sure that they are going to position like this automatically. So that's for the actual logo. So we're going to move on to the main menu section. And if we go to the main section, as you can see, so we're having a bit of code in here. But before I start talking about this, as you can see, we're using the main menu items from the use up context. So we're consuming these contexts to be able to access to the menu item or the main menu items that we created inside the app context. So instead of using the array inside this functional component, we want to make it shareable between all the child components because we're going to use this later on in our project. So this is what I did. So I created, so that's the array that we're using for the menu. So I created it inside the app context API. And as you can see, here we are searching this type, the menu item, and this menu item is coming from the this file that I created it inside the types folder. So the app types type.ts. So we're gonna here we're gonna put all the types of our application in one folder or one file. So here, as you can see, I moved the app type that we created before into the when we started building our context API. So it was empty. So now I added the type for the main menu items object. But also we added the menu item, which is the type of the single menu item element. So if we go back to the app context.tsx, here also we're creating the empty or the default state for the main menu items, which is an empty array, and the set main menu items, which is a empty function. And after that, we're going to add this into the value property of the app context that provider, so we can be able to add to use this inside the child components. So after doing this, we're going to go to the main section.tsx, and here we're adding this to be able to use our main menu items array. So into the GSX, here we're going to use the main menu items, and we're going to map through each element, and we're going to use the li tag to be able to render each element, and inside of it we're going to use this for the icon and this for the label. So here we're using the react.create element because if we go to the type of the menu item, as you can see the icon, it's going to have this type, the SVG props type. And to be able to use this inside the GSX, we need to use the react.create element. So this is how we can be able to create our menu items and to make sure that the selection is working. So whenever we click on an item, so we're going to create this on-click event listener, then we're going to call this function and we're going to pass inside of it the end index. And then we're going to update our main menu items by using the set main menu items like this, and the is selected property, it's going to be changed depending on the index that we clicked on. And to be able to change the color in reference to the index that we clicked on. So we're going to use this item that's selected inside this this ternary operator. So if it is true, we're going to use this line or those utility classes. Otherwise, we're going to use those utility classes. And finally, we're having the other section. As you can see here, we're hard coding all the elements. So this is for the dark mode, this is for the settings, and this is for the logout. And the best practice is to use an array so you can be able to make the code cleaner and also usable. And this is what I'm going to do. So the next thing that I added is to be able to change this toggle of the dark mode if we want to turn the dark mode on. So when I click on here, as you can see, our sidebar, so the color is gonna be changing to this color. And also notice that the icon of this element also it's gonna be changing, but also the colors also it's going to be changing. So when I turn this off, as you can see, the light icon is back. And also I added this to calculate how many words generated for the free tier. Before that, the user uh, can upgrade to Pro to keep using this application. So I'm going to show you everything that I did to make this working. So the first thing that we're going to do, we're going to go to the app context, and here we're going to create two areas. The first one is the second menu items that's going to have the two objects. The first one is for the dark mode, and the second one is for the logout. And secondly, we're going to create an array or a variable state where we're going to be storing the state of the um, dark mode state. So after doing so, what we're going to do, we're going to go to the others section. So in here, I'm going to show you everything that I did and the logic that I did to make sure that is working. The other section, functional components, is for this part. So the first thing that we're going to do, we're going to call these variables from the context API. And here, so instead of hard coding each element, we're going to use again a mob function from the second menu items, and we're going to render each element like this. And notice here we're using this ternary operator. So what that means is if the only that because we're gonna use here, we're gonna change the icon based on the state of the dark mode. So we're going to do, we're gonna see if the item that label is equal to dark mode. If it is, so we're gonna use this to be able to update the icon. So this function, as you can see in here, so it's going to accept the isDark mode on as a boolean, and as you can see, we're passing it inside this function from the isDark mode, which is this variable coming from the context API. So if it is on, we're going to return this icon. Otherwise, we're going to return the light mode icon. And this is what is happening in this part in here. And then we're going to use the span tag to be able to show each label. And only if the label um, is dark mode, then we're going to show the dark mode toggle, which is this whole function. So that's the toggle that we're going to show. So we're going to show it only for the first element, which is the dark mode, since we're using a map function. And this is the function to be able to create and render and make this functionable, as you can see. So here we're gonna use this div. So basically, so that's the main container. And here we're going to create two divs, the left and the right. And we're gonna create this rounded circle, and it's gonna have the absolute position. And we're adding all of these utility classes just to make sure that it's gonna be like this. And for the left and the right divs, we're adding the onClick event listener just to be able to update the state of the is dark mode variable state. So for each one, as I said, we're having the onClick event listener, and it's each function it's going to accept the left prop. So if we go in here, so it's very simple. The option, it's gonna have a union type, which is left and right. So if the option is equal to right, the dark mode is gonna be true. Otherwise, it's gonna be false. And in here, we're going to change. We're using the turning operator just to be able to change the background of the actual toggle when the dark mode is on. As you can see, when I turn this on, the background it's gonna be this purple, a light purple. And also we're doing the same thing for the right to be able to trigger this function. And in here for the rounded circle, we are going to use this for changing the color, but also we're going to use this to be able to change the position of the actual rounded circle. So if the is dark mode is on, so we're going to use the right utility class. Otherwise, we're going to use the left. So that's basically how we can be able to create this toggle. So it's pretty simple. And finally, I'm going to show you how to be able to add this. So I'm going to show you the code, the JSX of it. So that's going to be the JSX. So we're creating these variables just to make sure that everything's going to be clear to see inside our JSX, and then we're going to put each variable state inside its proper place in its own JSX. So this is the JSX of it. And also want to show you like when we turn the dark mode on, the background it's going to be changing. So it's very simple. Since we created successfully the logic to be able to stay to update the is dark mode variable state. So we're going to reuse this inside the whole sidebar functional component. So we're going to call the is dark mode from the context API. And here we're going to use the turning operator inside the sidebar, which is the parent component of all of this. And if the is dark mode is on, we're going to use this background. Otherwise, we're going to use the white background, and make sure to add the backticks and so you can be able to make sure that the turning operator is working inside the class name. So this is basically how we can be able to create all of this, and also to be able to change the icon of the dark mode, and also how to be able to create our toggle. And now we can be able to hide the sidebar. So when we click on this, as you can see, our sidebar has been hidden. So we got rid from the text, but also I did some adjustment just to make sure that this is going to look like this. And also the dark mode, when we turn the dark mode on, it's still looking good. So let's jump back to our VS Code. I'm going to show you how I did to be able to do this. So the first thing that we're going to do, we're going to start from the app context.tsx, and the first thing that we need to create is this variable. The is sidebar hidden, so you can call it wherever you want and add it into the value property in here, so you can be able to add it in the child components that we're going to use to make sure that the sidebar is going to be hidden as I showed you. So let's go back to the sidebar.tsx. And the first thing that we're going to do, we're going to call this from the context API, this new variable that we created, and it's going to be a Boolean, of course. So here into the class name, which is the parent component, which is the sidebar. So if the is sidebar hidden is true, then we're going to set the width like this. Otherwise, we're going to set the width, the previous width, which is the 274 pixel. And then, as you can see here, this the remaining words card, as you can see, it is completely hidden because of this statement. So only if the sidebar hidden is false, then we are going to show this card. So let's go to the logo, and first we need to call this from the context API. And in here, we need to get rid from the name of the application, and this is what we are doing. So we're gonna again use the turn operator. So if the is sidebar hidden is true, we're gonna use the hidden utility class. Otherwise, we're gonna use block to be able to show it into the DOM. And here the button, so that's the icon that we are toggling between true and false of and changing the state of the variable. So we're going to just add the simple on-click event listener, and so we're going to use the exclamation mark. So just to make sure that it was true, it's going to turn to false and vice versa. So that's why we're using this. Then we're going to go to the next functional component, which is the main section. Of course, we need to call the S sidebar hidden because we're going to rely on, as we did, to be able to do some of the adjustments. And here, as you can see, I added this little div because the problem that I faced is when this is completely off or false, because we are going to get rid from the main menu element. So the whole element is gonna go a little bit up in here, and it wasn't looking that good. Just to be able to fix this, I added this little div with the height just to make sure that it's going to replace this empty space when the main menu h2 tag is gone, because as you can see into its class name, so if it is true, it's going to be hidden. Otherwise, we're going to use the block display to be able to show it. And also to be able to get rid from the text as you're seeing in here. So the only thing that we're going to do, we are going to go to the span in here, and we're going to use this inline style. So you can use the class name if you want to, but I'm using the inline style, and I'm going to use the display property. So if it is true, it's going to be none. Otherwise, it's going to be block. And over here, I'm adding this turning operator as well inside the UL tag. The reason why, because just to make sure that we're going to have this rectangle like this. So to be able to fix this problem, so I added this turning operator. So if the is sidebar hidden is true, we're going to add the padding right like this. Otherwise, it's going to be 35 pixel. So when we turn this to false, we're going to have back our padding to the right element. So, so this is how we can be able to create basically this effect to be able to hide the sidebar if we want to. So the next thing that I added is to be able to save the states that we're using to turn the dark mode on or to be able to hide the sidebar. So as you can see, the sidebar is partially hidden, and the dark mode is on. So if I reload the page, as you can see, the states are saved, and we can be able to save the state of the sidebar because of the local storage. So if I open up the local storage, as you can see, so don't worry, so all of this is in French because my Windows is in French language, but the most important thing in here, so those are the keys that we're using to be able to save the state. So because these are true, and if I reload the page, as you can see, we're gonna have this, everything's gonna remain the same. But when I turn the dark mode on, that's gonna turn to false. When I reload the page, as you can see here, the key is gonna remain false. To be able to do this, so it's pretty simple. We're gonna go back to the VS Code, and we're gonna go to the app context.js, and we're gonna create this use effect hook. And here, the first thing that we are going to do, we are going to get the keys, the is sidebar hidden and the is dark mode by using the local storage object. And we're going to use the get item function to be able to get the value of these keys. So if these values are not null, meaning that For example, if the user uses the first time the application, so basically it's going to be null. So until you use or change these states, then we're going to store them into the local storage. So that's why we're adding this check. So if it is not null, meaning that the user has already saved or used these states, then we're going to update the is sidebar hidden by using the JSON that parse, because the elements that are stored in the local storage are string. So to be able to get them into their proper type, we're going to use the parse method of the JSON object. And so this for the sidebar hidden, and this for the is dark mode. So this is going to be only run once when the application first is running or the whole component is mounted. So that's the correct word of it. So then we're going to go to two places. The first place is into the logo, so where we are changing the state whenever we are clicking on this icon. And here, as you can see, I added this function. So I took this set is sidebar hidden. So I moved it from here to here because we're going to use this or add this line to be able to save the value um, of the is sidebar hidden key. So whenever we click on this, we're going to store the value, which is the is sidebar hidden inside this key. And also we're going to go to the other section, so where we are using the dark mode toggle, and also we're going to use this. So every time that the is dark mode is true, we're going to save the value inside the is dark mode key, and the same thing that we're going to do for the false value. And this is basically how we can be able to save our states inside the local storage. So every time that, for example, if the user is comfortable by doing this, so it's gonna remain the same as long as you are using the same browser. So you don't have to always, when we reload the page, to have to turn the dark mode on or to change the state when we hide our sidebar. Then I added the top bar or the header. And as you can see, so those are the elements that we're going to show inside the top bar. So we're having the name of the page that we are in. We're having the search bar, of course. We're having the button if we want to generate content. And of course, we're going to have the name of the user. And also, I just created this rounded circle where we're going to load the image of the actual user when we start working with the clerk. And the plan, whether it's free or pro, and here the actual icon to be able to open up the drop down when we start working with clerk. And basically, when we turn the dark mode on, as you can see, this also turn to the dark mode, so that the colors are going to be changing, but also the actual background of it. So let's go back to the VS Code. I'm going to show you the things that I added to be able to make this working. So the first thing that I added, as you can see, I added this new folder called the main area, and inside of it, we're going to have the page.tsx. So first we're having the parent div. So it's going to be the width is going to be full, and also we're going to use the is dark mode variable just to be able to change the background, which is the whole thing in here. So if it is not, uh, so we started from the false state. So if it is false, we're going to use the background slate 50. Otherwise, we're going to use the background slate 700. And here we're having a new functional component, which is the header, of course. And what I did, I created outside of these two of the main area and the sidebar, because we're gonna be reusing this main header in other functional components. And for example, when we click on here, so it needs to be still showing at the top. The only thing that is going to be changing is the name, and also other things like the search bar. So I'm going to work on this. But for now, I want to just show you the main header functional component. So that's the actual functional component we're having. Of course, the main div, the parents div, and here we're using all of these utility classes, and we're using again the is dark mode just to be able to rely on to be able to change all the colors as you can see. So if it is on, we're going to use this background color, and the text is going to be white. Otherwise, we're going to use the background white, and by default, the text is going to be black. And so that's going to be for the name of the page, and that's for the search bar. So we're using again the dark mode variable state to rely upon to be able to change the colors as you can see inside this turning operator. Then we're using the icon, and then we're using this input tag, and those are the utility classes. I'm not going to go over them, so they are pretty straightforward, but I want to just focus on the logic of how things are working. So here we're using again this turning operator to be able to switch the colors. Here we're using this for the button to generate a new content. So we're using these two elements, the user profile and the button inside one div. And so this for the user profile. So this is the actual functional component of the main header, and this is how we can be able to change the colors when we turn the dark mode on. And next, after adding the top bar, I added these cards just to be able to show some stats. So the first card to be able to show how many words have been generated. The second one, the total documents generated. And the third one, the total time saved. And finally, the average word per document. So we need to give some statistics to the user just to make sure that he knows what he's doing, and also to make sure that uh, to give a sense of professionalism to the application. And also, if we turn the dark mode on, as you can see, the colors are going to be changing accordingly. So let's go back to the VS Code. The first thing that we're going to do, we need to uh, create a new functional component. So in our case, we're going to create the dash stats inside the main area, and I created the components folder. So that's going to be the dash stats functional component. So the first thing that we're going to do, we're going to create an array since we're going to use cards like this. So just to make sure that the code is cleaner, we're going to use the array like this. So it's going to have the icon property, the title, and the value. And here we're going to use this array, and we're going to use the mob function to be able to iterate through each element. And so for each element, we're gonna use this div to be able to render it out. And here we're gonna have the div for the icon, and this one for the value, and the last one is for the title. And to be able to switch the colors when the dark mode is on, of course, we need to import the dark mode from the context API. And here we're going to use it in two places over here. So we're going to use this turn operator, and here to be able to change the text color as well. And also finally make sure to import the dash stats inside the main area functional component just to make sure that it's going to be rendered out in here. And the next thing that I added is this little chart to be able to visualize through time how many words that we generated. But not only that, as you can see here, I'm adding this arrow because what I want is we're going to have a drop down to be able to select from one of these options in here. And also when we turn the dark mode on, as you can see, the colors change, but also this gets reanimated because the component that I'm using in here, it re-renders whenever I'm changing the dark mode variable state. And also we're going to use for this the recharts library, so it's very easy to use, but also it has many um, many things, advanced features, and so the first thing that we're going to do, we're going to copy this. So make sure to copy this and go back to your Visual Studio Code and create a new terminal and paste it in here. So I already did this and I created a new functional component. So I called it chart. So you call it wherever you want. And here, as you can see, we're having uh, our component. So we're having the parents div that's going to have two elements, the chart header and the chart. So that's the chart header. So this part, so we're having this element and this element. So here, as you can see, I just divided them into functional components. So we're having the chart header. So this chart header, as you can see, we're having the parents div and we're having the justify between, just to make sure that these two elements are going to be positioned automatically like this. And then we're having the icon, we're having this the title and how many words. So for the icon, so that's the div for the icon, and that's for the title. So the title, as I said, we're having the first title and the second one underneath it, which is this one. Then we're having this for the days that to be able to select the last 7 days, but also I'm going to add the drop down to be able to select the last 14 days or 30 days. And finally, we're having this chart. So this is basically how we can be able to use this chart. To be honest with you, uh, I'm not like I used the AI to be able to generate this. And so this is basically what I did to be able to create this little chart, this beautiful chart over here, and to be able to turn the dark mode on. So what we're going to do, we're going to use the is dark mode from the context API, and then we are going to use the turning operator inside this div first to be able to switch the colors. But also I did it for this span because I want to be white because I explicitly set the text color, so I need to change it. So this is basically how we can be able to create this component. And the next and the final element that I added into our dashboard is the history, just to be able to show the recent element that the user has created. And that's going to be the design of it. When we turn the dark mode on, as you can see, also the colors change. So here we're having the finally we're having the final design of our dashboard. So this is how it's gonna look like. So let's go back to the VS Code to show you what I did to be able to create this. And the first thing that I did, I created this whole history list functional component inside the components folder. So I'm gonna start at the top. We're importing all of these icons to be able to use them. And then we are importing the use app context from the context API so you can be able to use the isDark mode variable. So first we're having the parents div. So we're having here uh, three elements. We're having the history header, so which is this whole part in here. And then, sorry, we're having the header, the recent history, and the view all button. And at the bottom, we're having this part, which is the list header. And finally, we're having the elements. So right now, we're just uh, using this we're hard coding each element, but once we start working with data, so it's going to be very different. So for the history header, we're having the JSX, the recent history H1 tag, and the button view all. And next, we're having the list header. So those are the columns, and we're using the grid and the grid column hyphen 5 because we're having 5 columns in here. And those are the list headers. And finally, we're having the single item. So the single item for the parent component, also we're using the grid just to be able to align them like this automatically. And here we're having like for each part, for each element, we're having the icon, the title, the name, and the created at uh, property, and we're having the total words, and finally we're having the actions, the view button, and the delete button. So this is the JSX of it, and also to be able to turn the dark mode on. So I'm going to do the same thing that I did for the other components. So we're going to use the is dark mode variable in this turning operator, and we're going to change the colors based on it. And the next thing that I did after creating the whole dashboard is to make this fully responsive. So as you can see, as I'm changing the window size, things it's going to be changing. And some of the parts are hidden just to make sure that everything's gonna look nice. And also if we open up the console and we turn uh, the mobile screen on, as you can see, we can be able to see all the elements clearly. So let's go back to the VS Code, and the first thing that I did, I created inside the context app context or the context API new variable, and I called it the window width. And here, what we're going to do, we're going to use the window object just to be able to get the width of the window, and we're going to store it in here because this is what we're going to use, and we're going to rely upon to be able to make the whole page responsive, but also the other pages. And this is the whole code to be able to do so inside this use effect hook. And I created this mobile view because this we're going to use it for the sidebar. As you can see, the sidebar right now is hidden. So we need to create a logic to be able to open it up when it is hidden, something that I'm going to work on. So after doing this, we're going to go to the top bar, and so let me go to the main, which is the main header functional component. And here we're going to call the window width that we created. And what we're going to do here, we're going to get rid the so let me put this back like this. We're going to get rid from this text. So this is what you are doing. So if the window width is more than 732 pixel, um, then we are going to show this. Otherwise, it's not going to be shown. So that's the first thing. And the second thing here is the generate text. So we're going to do the same thing to get rid of it when we reach the 732 pixel. And for the user profile, also we're going to get rid of it, the text, the name, and the plan when we reach 720 or 32 pixels, sorry. So then we're going to go to the next component. So this is where I did so many changes in here. So the first thing that I did is we are going to get rid from one element, as you can see here. So when we reach 1000, sorry, 1215 pixel, so we're gonna get rid from the total time saved, I think. So this is what we're going to get of it. And to be able to do this, so we're going to use the filter method, and we're going to store the result inside this array, and then we're going to use it to be able to show it in our GSX. And in here, another thing that I did, I changed the flex row to flex column when we reach 630 34 pixel, just to make sure that the elements are going to be positioned like this. So if we go back to the code, and also another thing that I did, I made the width of the icon 35 pixel because when we turn the when we use the flex colon, the width of the whole icon, it's going to take the full parent width, which is something that I don't want to be able to fix this. So I added this. And also I got rid from the margin left whenever we are above 634 pixel. So also another thing that I did, I just made the text a little bit smaller when we reach this window width. And the next component that we're going to go to the whole history. So I didn't do anything for the chart container because it is still looking good for all the sizes. So here I did so many things in here. So the first thing that we're gonna do, we're gonna start from this array because as you can see, I got rid from many elements as we are changing the size of the window. So we're getting rid first from the created at column, then we're getting rid from the words count column. And to be able to manage this logic, so we are creating this. So first we're creating a copy of the list header item, and then based on the if statement, we're going to change or get rid from the elements that we want based on the filter method. And then we're going to use this inside the JSX just to be able to render out the result. So now I'm going to talk about all the updates that I did inside the class name of each div. So here, so when we reach this size, we're gonna make the colon 4, and when we reach this, we're gonna make the colon 3, and also we're going to make the pixel left and right 1 pixel. And here also, if we go down in here, we need to do some changes into the single item functional component. And here we're going to do the same thing that we did. We're going to get from the columns based on the window width. And also, if we go down here, we're going to get from the created at like this. And also, we're going to get from the total words like this. And basically, so this is the old things that I did to make this responsive. As you can see, it was a lot of work and it took me quite a while to make sure that everything is responsive as I want to. So for any size, the user can be able to see everything clearly and not everything like overlapped each other, which is not going to give the user a better experience. And the next thing that I worked on is to be able to open up the sidebar when it is hidden. So when I click on this icon, which it's going to appear at a certain size width, as you can see, we're going to have our actual sidebar. And also if I click outside of it, it's going to be closed. And let's say, for example, like if the sidebar is it's this is at this state, sorry. And for example, we open it up like this and we make the window size bigger. So it's gonna go back to its default state. So let's go back to the VS Code and I'm gonna start from the context API and I created a new variable called stretch sidebar. And inside this use effect, I added this inside this use effect. So whenever we change the size of the window, it's going to force the sidebar to go back to its default state. So that's why we added this. And then we're gonna go to the main header here. And one thing that I added at the bottom is the icon, the menu icon at the bottom, and it's going to be only shown when the window width is less than 995 pixel. And when we click on this, so this function is going to be triggered and it's going to be able to change the stretch sidebar variable state. Then we're going to go to the sidebar. So this is where a lot of things happening in here to be able to create this logic. So of course, here what I did, so I created this whole if statement and this use effect hook, and also I added this hide sidebar class inside the class name. So I'm going to show you what is going to happen, and that's it in this if statement to be able to update this variable. So the first thing that we're going to do, we're going to check if the window width is less than 995 pixel. If it is, and if the user click on the menu bar icon to stretch the sidebar, so this it is true, so we're going to update this variable with the block and fixed and the z-index 90 and the shadow. So those are the utility classes that we're going to add inside the hide sidebar class. So that's why, as I showed you, it is inside this class name of the main div of our sidebar. And then we're going to set the is sidebar hidden to false. The reason why I'm doing so we can be able to show all the elements that are going to be hidden if the sidebar hidden is true, like the texts and some of the icons. Otherwise, we're going to the hide sidebar. It's going to be only hidden, meaning that if this is more than this pixel, so it's going to be hidden to be able to hide the to be able uh, to store the hidden variable state inside the hide sidebar. And if so the else statement, sorry, this is going to be only for the stretch bar sidebar, but if the window width is upper than this pixel, what we're going to do, we are going to go back to the default state like I showed you in here, for example. So let me, like this is hidden, and if I click on the icon, so it's going to be stretched. And to be able to make it to go back to its default state, so I added this if statement, and I'm going to use the local storage for this. And finally, we're having this use effect hook just to be able to handle the outside click. So whenever we click on outside of the sidebar, as you can see, this it's going to be triggered to be able to stretch the sidebar as a false variable, and then it's gonna be hidden. So that's basically how we can be able to do all of this, and also make sure to add the hide sidebar class inside this class name. And finally, we're gonna go to the main page, and in here I added this div, which is the soft layer that you saw when the sidebar is opened, and it's gonna be based on the stretch sidebar. So that's those utility classes to make the soft layer, sorry, appearing. And if this is true, we're going to show this. And the next element that I added is this drop down. So whenever I click on this, as you can see, we're going to have a drop down of the elements that we're having in the overview. And we can be able to select them if we want to. So I click on this, as you can see. So the selection is going to be changing, but also the icon, and also the same thing if I do for the other element as well. And if I click outside of the element, it's going to be closed automatically. And if we turn the dark mode on, as you can see, all the colors are going to be changing accordingly to the dark mode theme. So I did a lot of things to be able to make sure that this is working fine. And we're going to start by creating our drop down. So this is the drop down. So as you can see, we're having a lot of code in here. I'm going to explain as much as I could everything in here. So first so I'm going to start from the GSX. So that's the parent div, and those are the utility classes. And here we're using the absolute position just to make sure that this drop down is going to be positioned right over here inside this whole container that includes all of the elements in here. And here we're using the is dark mode. variable in the training operators, you can be able to switch all the utility classes if the dark mode is on or off. So we're using the z-index, the width as fixed of 220 pixel, and the other elements as you can see. And also we're using the flex column just to make sure that the elements are going to be stacked up uh, uh, on the on the top of each other. Sorry. So here we're having the status data. So I'm going to show you where I'm getting this from. And so we're gonna call the single item for each element. And for the single item, just to be able to render each element like this. So we're having the icon and we're having the title. So first we're having the parent div. And here we're having the actual icon. And also we're having the actual title. So first, before I start talking about how we can be able to update the selection, so I'm going to talk about the array that we're using to be able to render each element. So what we're going to do, we're going to go to the context API and up here, as you can see, I created the array stats data, and that's the array that we're using. So here, the states data is going to be shared between the dropdown that we're having in here and all the elements that we're using inside the overview container, just to make sure that these elements are going to be in sect. Like for example, if when we start working on this and make sure that everything is working and all the data, for example, if this changes, we can go over here and we're going to click on here, and the updated elements are going to be shown over here as well. So that's why I made sure that the elements are going to be used as well inside the drop down, because the user wants more detailed about each element. So this is what our chart is going to be providing. So after creating this and put it all of these elements inside one object, as you can see inside the value property, so they are inside the status stats drop-down item object. So first, what we're gonna do, we're gonna go to the we're gonna go to the dash stats. And in here, instead, because what we were doing, we were using the local array inside this functional component, but we're going to use it from the context API. So that's the only thing that we did. And if we go back to our dropdown, here we need to call the actual array from the context API. So, but we're not going to do it inside the status dropdown. We're going to do it in the parent component that where we are using the status dropdown. So if we go back to the parent component, which is the chart.ts6, so as you can see, we position the status dropdown functional component at the bottom of this whole functional component, just to make sure that it's going to be shown in here. So if we go, so we are passing inside of this functional component different props. We're passing down the status data, the set status data, to be able to update the state, and the open dropdown and the set open dropdown. So we're going to use this just to make sure that when we click outside of the dropdown, it's going to be closed. So I'm going to talk about this. But now let's show you the logic to be able to open up or close the drop down. As you can see, we're having our local state, the open drop down, down, and so we're going to pass down these variables inside the status drop down. So, and also it's going to be the actually, the dropdown is going to be shown dependent on the open dropdown. So if it is true, so we are going to show this functional component. And to be able to close it, so we're having two ways. As you can see, when we click on the element, it's going to be closed automatically. But if we click outside the dropdown, it's going to be closed as well. So if we go to the status dropdown functional component, So here we're having this use effect hook, the same logic that we did that we used inside the sidebar to be able to close the sidebar when we click outside of it. So we're doing the same thing in here. So the only thing that we're using or that is changing is the variables. Here we're using the open dropdown as an area dependency, and in here we're using the set open dropdown to set the variable as false when we click outside of the dropdown. So that's why we pass down these two variables inside the functional component. And of course, we're using the dropdown ref and make sure to link it to the parents div, which is the dropdown, to make sure that this logic is working. So now I'm going to talk about the selection. So how we can be able to update the isSelected property. So if we go back to the context API and we go to our array, so we're having the isSelected property in here. So that's going to be able, that's where we're going to depend upon. So you can be able to change the colors and also the icons and all of the elements that involved with it. So what we're going to do, we're going to start from the parent component. And basically, honestly, you need to have a little bit of experience with React to be able to explain this, because we're going to use a callback function since we're using kind of a prop drilling, but it's not that complicated because we're using props within components. So here, so we're going to start from the parent component. So we're using the status data, and we are going to pass down the status data inside this functional component, as you can see. So we're adding the types of each prompts like this, since we're using Typescript, and we're going to use the status data in here inside this div as I showed you, and we're going to call each single item to be able to render each element. So the selection, it's gonna, as I said, work with the callback function, which is this one. So every time that we click on the element, so this it's gonna be triggered, and we're gonna trigger the handle clicked item, which by itself it's going to trigger this callback function. And notice that you are passing down the drop down that we clicked on, and we're going to pass in it inside the callback function. So this callback function, of course, it's going to be in the prop of this single item functional component. And of course, we need to use it in here. And this is going to be linked to this function, so you can be able to pass up the drop down item click to the parent component, which is the status drop down, which is the actual stats drop-down functional component. So once we can be able to access to the drop-down item click, then we can be able to change the selection by using this the map function. So we're going to create a copy of the status data, and then we're going to do the necessary change like this. And then we're going to update our set status data with the change that we did. So this is how we can be able to change the isSelected property as true. And then we're going to set the open dropdown as false, so we can be able to close the dropdown. So one last thing, if we go back to the chart TS, as you can see here, so right now we're having our stats data updated successfully. So how we can be able to know the element that we clicked on, so we can be able to show it in here. So here I'm using the find method, and here so basically it's very simple. So we are going to find the element that has the isSelected property as true, and here we're using the copy of it just to make sure that we're going to have some immutability when the state changes, and we're going to use this, and we're going to put it inside the JSX into the proper place. So this is for the icon, this is for the title, and finally this is for the value. So as you can see here, and also to be able to open up the drop down, something that I was going to forget is when I click on the title and this on-click event listener, it's going to trigger this. So basically, this is how we can be able to create this. It's a little bit complicated, but um, the most important thing here is you need to have a little bit of experience so you can be able to and practice to be able to easily understand how this is working, and hopefully that you understood this. Next, I added the drop down for the days. So as you can see, we're having our drop down in here with their icons, and we can be able to select the days that we want, as you can see. So let's go back to the VS Code, and the principle that we are going to follow is the same that we did for the other dropdown, meaning that the first thing that we should do, we need to create an array. So if we go to our context API, um, so let's go to the context API, and as you can see, we created our array in here, and I named it the days dropdown, and also make sure to add it at the bottom inside the value property, so you can be able to use it into the chart.tsx. So if we go here, we're having our dropdown. So that's the functional component that, of course, we need to add in our code base. And so that's the dropdown. I called it the days dropdown as well. So that's the actual dropdown. So I'm going to start from the parent component, which is the chart.tsx, as I did for the other component. So the first thing that we're going to do, we're going to call the um, so we're going to call the days drop down array from the context API. And so we don't need this because we're going to do the update inside the functional component. So that a mistake that I did in the other component. So instead of taking these two variables and passing them down inside the component. So the only thing that I did, I just used these two arrays within this component since they are in the context API. So that was a mistake that I did for the status drop down. So let's go back to our component, and here, as you can see, we're creating a new array or a new state called the open days dropdown, so you can be able to save the Boolean state. And if we go at the bottom into the functional component, so it's going to be dependent upon the state whether we're going to show the functional component or not. So let's go into the days dropdown, and here we're going to use the same logic to be able to handle the selection. So since this functional component uh, is outside of the so since this component, so if the single component, so I was looking for this component. So since this single item component is outside of its parent component, we need to use a callback function. So here, as you can see, we're using our callback function so we can be able to pass up the actual item that we clicked on. So when we click on any item, this is going to be triggered, which is a callback function that's going to carry the item that we clicked on, and then we need to add it inside the as a prop in the single item, uh, also in here, and then we're going to use this handle clicked item so we can be able to access to the item that we clicked coming up from the single item functional component. And here, since we can be able to access this, we're going to use the same logic that we did to be able to update the isSelected property to true. Then we're going to update our whole array by using the set days dropdown. And then here we're using the same logic inside the use effect hook to be able to handle the outside click of the drop down when we click on it to be able to access to the open days dropdown and the set open days dropdown. As you can see, we are passing them in as a prompts inside this functional component. So that's why inside the chart.jsx, we're using them in here as prompts. So finally, to be able to get the value or the item that we clicked on, so we can be able to update it in here. We're gonna use as well the same principle as we did for the other drop downs. So we're going to use the find method to be able to access to the element that has the isSelected property as true, and then we're going to use this and we're going to pass it or to use it inside the JSX. So for our case here we're not using the icon, we're just using it into the drop down. So the only thing that we're going to work with is the title in here. And that's basically how we can be able to create our drop down. And when we turn the dark mode on, as you can see the background, it's going to be changing to this color. So after completing the design of our dashboard, the next thing that I worked on is to be able to switch between the elements in our main menu. So when I click on the history, as you can see, so we're gonna go to the history page, and here we're gonna keep the same header, but the only thing that is changing is the name of the menu and its icon. So the same thing if we click on the subscription, and the same thing if we click on the template. And also when we are in this screen size and we click on the actual menu bar icon and we click on the dashboard or we go back to the dashboard, as you can see. This is going to be closed automatically, and here we are back in our dashboard or any menu element that you choose. So I'm going to show you how to create this logic. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to create our components. So first I created the history component, and I create the subscription component, and I created the alt template component. Like in all of these components, we are importing the main header, but we are doing a modification the main header that I'm going to show you. So after creating our components that we're going to use, so the next thing that we're going to go to is the sidebar. So inside the sidebar, we need to create, sorry, we're going to go to the page. So inside the page.tsx, which is the main component of our dashboard route. So we need to create a logic to be able to switch between all of these components that I created it in top of the main um, area that we already created for our main page. And that's the logic that I did. So I created the map, and it's going to have number as a key and a node as a value. And for each element, for each key, we are going to store the component that we want. Then we are going to find the key based on the selected element inside the main menu items. Then we are going to use it as an index inside the component map, so we can be able to retrieve the component that we want to be able to place it in our GSX. So it's simple as that. So that's the first step. So the next thing that I'm going to show you, we're going to go to the main header. And that's why I put the main header outside with the page .tsx, because I knew that I'm going to share this component between all of these components that I created. So here, the thing that I did, I used the main menu items from the context API, and I'm going to use the find method to be able to extract each element based on the isSelected property. And then I'm going to put the label to put in here with the label property, so you can be able to retrieve its name. And for the icon, it's going to be a little bit different because we're using the icon as a SVG icon type. So we need to use the created element method from React to be able to use it. So that's why I put it inside this function, and also just to make sure that this part is gonna be clean, because it needs to be to make sure that it's not undefined because we're using TypeScript. Then we are going to add the class name to it, and then we're going to use the what is returned from the function in here, just to be able to show the icon of the item that we selected. And that's how we can be able to create this logic. So the next thing that I'm going to work on, I'm going to start populating all the elements or the components that we newly created. And I'm going to start with the history component. So after being able to switch between all the menu elements, so now I started working on the history page, and that's going to be the design of the history page. So we're going to have a header in here showing the users the numbers of elements generated, also the button to be able to filter out by templates. And in here, so I added this part just to be able to show the actual filter option that the user selected. And finally, that's the table that we're going to use. So we're going to have the template title created at total words and actions. So it's going to be an extension of the recent history component that we're having in our dashboard page. And if we turn the dark mode on, as you can see, the colors are going to be switching to fit the dark mode on. So as you can see, everything is working fine. So I'm going to show you how we can be able to create this. But first, well, let's count how many components that we're having. So this is the first component. This is the second component. And within the first component, we're having two components. And within the second component, we're having this component and this component. Also, I created it separately than the other components. We're going to be showing all the items. So I'm going to show you that into the code. So here into the history um, folder, I created a new folder. I called it components. So I'm going to start from the whole history functional component. And in here, like above the main header, we're having two components, as I said, the history subheader and the all history list. So also we're adding this, we already added this turn operator because I took it from the main area page. So let's go to the history subheader, which is inside the components folder. And here, so that's the functional component in here. So we're having this for the filter button. And here, as you can see, the class names, I store them into variables just to make sure that our JSX is going to look neat and clean. So this is for the container class, which is the button. So that's the icon, the filter icon. And here, so this is for the actual text filter by template and the drop down line icon. And at the bottom, we're having the subheader title, which is this one. So that's the JSX of it. And of course, to be able to show them like this, so we are calling them inside this return function. So as you can see, our code is much cleaner by setting it that way. So then we're going to go to the single history item. So the single history item, so sorry, we're going to go to the subheader. So where the whole, so I need to go to the whole history subfunctional component. And here, as I said, we're having the filter options, which is this part. And also at the bottom, we're having the all colons functional component, which is the colons that we're having in here. And at the bottom, we're going to have the single history item, which is each item that we're showing under the colon. And I'm calling it 3 times just to duplicate this, just to see how things are working. And finally, we're storing the single history item functional component in another file, just to make sure that everything is divided and clean. And as you can see, so this is for the JSX, so I'm not gonna go over it. So it's pretty straightforward. And I'm just showing you the logic, how we can be able to create all of this. And as you can see, so this is the whole JSX of our functional component. And when turn the dark mode on, the colors are gonna be changing. So I did um, this for the whole history functional component. So this is the journey operator that we're using to be able to switch the color depending on the is dark mode variable. So I added it inside the single item container. And of course, we added it at the top in here into the all history functional component. The next thing that I did, I made this page um, responsive. So as you can see, um, at a certain size, uh, we got rid from the text, but also we got rid from the icons inside the template column, but also we got rid from the created at column. And also if we, for example, for the phone screen size, as you can see, you can be able to see all the elements without having any issues. So let's go back to the VS Code and we're going to start from the history subheader. So we're going to start from here and we're going to get rid from the text from this button. And to be able to do so, I created this variable, the isMobileView, and basically it's going to be a Boolean, true or false based on this condition. And we're going to get this from the context API. Since this variable, it's going to be changing depending on the size of the window. And then what we're going to do, we're going to use this inside the ternary operator of the filter by template text. So here, as I showed you, we are storing all the utility classes inside the variable just to make sure that everything in our JSX is clean. So we're going to use the isMobileView in this ternary operator. So if it is true, it's going to be hidden. Otherwise, we're going to use the block display. So after that, I'm going to show you how to be able to get rid from the column first. Um, so let's go to the single history item, I think, or the whole history .tsx. So we're having the all column function, which renders this part here. And first, as we did for the other component, we created this variable again. And then we're going to use this inside the ternary operator of the parentive of the all columns functional component. And the grid, it's going to be changing depending on the isMobileView. So it's going to have 4 colon instead of 5 colon. And here we're going to get from the created at span depending on the isMobileView. So only if this condition is false, then we're going to be able to show this. So when it's going to be true, automatically and logically, it's not going to be shown, it's going to be hidden. So that's for the all columns functional component. And then we're going to go to the single history item. So since we got rid from the column created at column, we need to get rid from the text that shows the creation date inside each item. And here we're going to do the same thing. We're going to create this variable. We're going to use the window width from the context API. And so I did a little bit of organization. So I took all the buttons that we were having here. I put them inside the functional component action button. So it's untoggled. And we're having the template name icon. So I put it inside another functional component. Just make sure that our JSX is clean. So here, as you can see, we're going to use this ternary operator again, as we did for the colon section, to be able to get rid from the text related to the data creation date. And here for the total words, I just added a little bit of margin at the left because the problem that I faced is that the words text was right next to the title, so just to be able to leave some room. So I added, so that's a fix that I made. I added a little bit of margin at the left of each word just to be able to have more space between the title and the total words. So that's basically how we can be able to make this page responsive. So after completing the history page, the next thing that I added is the drop down to be able to filter by templates. So that's going to be our drop down. It's pretty simple. We're gonna have the search bar and also all the templates that we're going to use to be able to generate our content. And here we're going to use them to be able to filter out the templates. So we're having a lot of templates or a lot of elements in here, and we want to get to the template, to the element that we want. We can be able to easily do this by filtering by template. And also if I turn the dark mode on, as you can see also the colors of the whole drop down are going to be changing. And also we're using the checklist, the checkboxes from the MUI library. So the first thing that I want to show you here, if we go to Google and I'm going to access to the MUI. So let's go to the MUI website. And in here, I'm going just to show you how to be able to install first the MUI. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to copy this to be able to install all the components. And here for our case, we're going to just use the checklist. So paste it in your terminal in here, create a new terminal, new and paste it over here and install it. So I already have done it, so I'm not going to do it. And the first thing that we are going to do, I'm going to show you the filter by template drop down. So that's the actual functional component of it. So here we're having the variables. So we're having this dark mode to be able to switch the colors, but also we're having the all templates area. So that's the area that we're using to be able to show the templates. So I stored it inside, so I created a new folder and I called it local data. And inside of it, I created this template.tsx. And because we're going to reuse this in another page to be able to generate our content, so that's why I put it inside our this file just to make things organized. So here our array, the templates array, and here as you can see we're having the ID, the title, and the icon. And so we're going to use this inside the context API. So we already created the all templates and we're going to assign the templates array to the all templates and also make sure at the top to import the templates array from this file. And also I need to create a type. So I called it the single template. So that's the structure of each element inside the all templates. And also for the new all templates and the set all templates, because they are inside the subject, we need to define its structure here in the app type. So after doing this, then we can be able to use safely the all templates variable from the context API. And here we are creating, uh, so I took the utility class, I moved the utility classes to store them inside the variable, just make sure that our JSX is cleaner, because as you can see, we're having a lot of utility classes, and which is going to make our JSX cluttered. So we're having the parents div, we're having this for the search bar, and finally we're having this div to be able to render each element, and we're going to use the all templates array, and we're going to call the single item, which is this functional component. So we're having the parent container. So we're having this for the checklist. As you can see, we're using the checkbox from the MUI, but also we're using this purple object to be able to change the colors. So so that's the purple object from the MUI as well. So using MUI is a little bit complicated uh, for my opinion. So I'm just using it for cases like this, but I'm not using it for the whole application. Otherwise, it's gonna make everything messy. And here we're having the icon, and here we're having the title. And also another thing that I introduced is this use click outside hook. So if we go to this hook here, as you can see, because I found that we're gonna reuse many times this use effect to be able to handle the outside click of each drop down. So I thought, why not create a custom hook and it's gonna be reused for all the drop downs. So I created it, so I put it in here, and because it's going to be working for all the drop downs, so we need three elements that it's going to go through this function: the ref, the callback, and the is open. So the ref meaning that we need to because we use the reference from the drop down, which is this one. So it's gonna be this as the first argument, and we're gonna pass inside of the second argument. It's gonna be the set open drop down, which is the callback, and we're having the is open, which is the open drop down variable. So it's gonna be also passed down this custom hook. And so as you can see by doing this, so we're gonna make our functional component less cluttered, and also we're gonna make this reusable by other drop down. And basically this is what I did for the days drop down, for example. I used it in here, and also for the states drop down, I used it in here. So that's a new thing that I added into um, our code base. So if we go back to our filter by dropdown, another thing that I want to show you is these two props, the open dropdown and the set open dropdown. So if we go to the parent component. So I want to show you also where to place the actual dropdown to make it usable. So inside the history subheader, which is this whole component in here, so we're going to put it down here, down the two components. And it's going to be, so its visibility, it's going to be dependent upon the open dropdown, which is these two variables that we created in here, and we're going to pass them down inside the functional component just to make sure that our custom hook that we created to handle the outside click of it's going to work in. So that's the only reason why we pass down these two variables inside the filter by templates functional component. So the next thing that I'm going to do, I'm going to work on the functionality of the dropdown, meaning the search. And whenever I click on the templates, the filter, actually it's gonna work out. And first I need to create some data, like mockup data that we're gonna use inside each element in here, just to make sure that the filter, to know if the filter is working. So after creating our dropdown to be able to filter elements, the next thing that I worked on is to be able to update the state whenever we check on the each element. So if, for example, I click on these two elements, I check them out, and as you can see, we're having a new property which is the is selected. So as I previously showed you, the all templates have the ID, the title, and the icon. But now we're having the is selected, and we can be able to check the elements that we want. So I'm going to show you how to be able to create this. So we're going to start from the context API from the app context.jsx. And here to be able to create that, we need to extend our the all templates array. And to be able to do this extension, meaning that to be able to add the selected property to the all templates. This is what we're going to do. We're going to create a new array called, I called it templates for dropdown. And here, to be able to do the extension, we're going to use a function within the useState hook because the useState also accepts functions. And here we're going to use the all templates and we're going to map to each element. And for each element, we are going to add the selected property, which is going to have the false value by default. And we're going to return the whole array to be assigned to the templates for dropdown. And notice here we're having a new type called the single templates extended. And as you can see, to be able to make this extension in TypeScript, because we're using the type keyword, all we have to do is we are going to add this sign, and then inside the curly braces, we add in the isSelected property, which is going to have the Boolean as a type. So this is how we can be able to do the extension in TypeScript. And this is coming from the whole history.tsx, and that's why we're using the export, so we can be able to use it in all other child components or other components, including the app context. And so once we did this, what we're going to do, we're going to go to the whole history. And here I added another thing is I created a new context within the whole history functional component. For this, this context is gonna be for the whole application, but we can be able to create child kind of a child context within the application. The reason why I did so, because we're gonna use we need to have to store the elements that we checked on, and just to be able to avoid using props, which can lead us to prop drilling. So that's why I used the context for to be able to make sure that the code it's gonna stay cleaner. So as I did for the app context for the whole application, so we're gonna create our interface, and we'll create the all history state, and then we're going to create our context like this, and then we're going to create the use all history context to be able to consume this context inside the child component within this context, and to be able and also make sure to wrap all these components between the all history page context that provider. So the areas that we included within the context can be able to flow between all the child components that are existing within all the components. So after doing this, what we're going to do, we're going to go to the whole all history list. And in here, what we're going to do, sorry, we're going to go to the history subheader. And the history subheader, um, we're going to go to the filter by templates. And here, we're going to use the templates for drop-down array that we created in our context API. And so if we go down here, because we were using the old templates, now we're going to use the templates for the drop-down that we newly created. And inside the single item, so we are going to change this type. Instead of using the single template, we're going to use the single template extended type. And so here we are going to add the checked property inside the checkbox tag. And this is going to be linked to the isSelected property. And we're adding inside the onClick event listener this function to be able to update the state. And this is how we are going to update the state. So we're going to map to each element, and if the single template that is existing inside this array is equal to the dropdown that is coming from the parent component, so we're going to update our state like this, the selected property, and we're going to update the templates for drop-down array like this just to be able to render it in our filter. And that's basically how we can be able to create our logic to be able to update each element that we select on our drop-down. And next, when we click on the element that we want. So when we click on the block tags, for example, so it's going to be shown in here. So the same thing if I do for the other elements. And also I can be able to delete them like this. And of course, the state is gonna change in our dropdown since we're using the isSelected property and relying on it to be able to show the element that we want in here. So let's go back to the VS Code and I'm going to show you how to create this. So first, as I showed you, so we already created the selected items area, so it's going to be empty, of course, first. And then we're going to go to the history subheader and we're going to go to the filter by template. So here, what you are going to do, we're going to create into the single item. So whenever we are checking on each element, we need to know the elements that we are selecting and to store them inside the selected items area that I just showed you. So inside this single item functional component, we are calling the set selected items. And what we're going to do, we're going to use the use effect hook, and based on whenever the templates for dropdown updates, we're going to filter all the elements that their selected property is true, and we're going to store them inside the filter the selected items array, and we're going to update our selected items state like this. So now we got the information, we know which elements has been selected, and we are storing them inside the selected items. So once we're having this, we can be able to show them in here. So how to do so? What we're going to do, we're going to go to the uh, history subheader again, and we're going to go so I think we're going to go to the all history, and because this is where we are using the filter options functional component to be able to show the elements in here, and we're using specifically the filter options. So here we're going to use the selected items and we're going to map to each element, and we're going to call the option selected functional component to render each element. And in here, since we're using the selected items now, so what we're going to do, and also make sure to add this as this property, the single template extended to be able to access the selected property. So here we're going to update the single item that title. We're going to add the title property. And here, the best part, we are going to add the on-click event listener to be able to update the templates for dropdown whenever we click on the close button, and also we're going to update the selected items. So this is how to be able to do so. And this is basically how to be able to create this logic to be able to select the elements that we want. And the next thing that I need to do, I need to work on the search, and also I need to work on the logic whenever I uh, um, click on these elements, it's going to filter out the data, since now we're not creating the database and we're not storing the information. So I'm gonna just work on the mockup data just to make sure that our logic of filtering is working. So now we can be able to filter the list by clicking on the templates that want to filter by. So when I click on the blog post, so we're going to have only the element that has the blog tags template, sorry. And if I click on code generators, we're going to have also the elements that have the code generator. So, and also when I click on here, so everything it's going to be recalculated, so you can be able to get the element that the elements in the list by the remaining filtered option that is still existing in here. So the first thing that we're going to do, we're going to create our array, And the structure that I did for this array, so what I did, I went to the local data file or folder, and I created this array. So that's the structure of single history data. So we're having the ID, the clerk user ID, the template, the title, the created at, the total words, and the content, of course. So also I'm using this package to be able to generate IDs. So after I created this, what I did, I went to the context API, and here I created a new array and I called it all history data. So this is where we're going to be storing our history data. And also I created this use effect hook just to be able to simulate the fetching of the data from the server since we didn't establish our database. So we're going to use the new promise to be able to, and the set timeout to be able to simulate the fetching of the data. So after this seconds, we are going to update the all history data by the new history data that is coming from the local data. And also inside the local data, inside the file. So let me look for the so that's the array. As you can see, I'm exporting it just to be able to use it into the context API. So after doing this, we're going to go to the all history list. And here we are going to create this little code to be able to make the filtering algorithm working. So since right now we're having two areas, the first one is the selected items where we're storing the templates that we are selecting. So we need to extract only the elements inside the list that has the template. So the first thing that we're going to do, we're going to store the selected items, the title inside the selected items. So it's going to be, we're going to have an area of string, and then we're gonna use the filter method by using the all history data, and we're going to get only the list or the elements inside the list that has the template that is existent in the selected items by using the include function. So here, and of course, we're going to use the filter template here the array, and if the length of the selected item is more than 0, meaning that we selected a template, so we're going to execute this. Otherwise we are going to show the all history data. So this is basically how we can be able to create the filtering algorithm for our list. So after creating the history page, the next thing that I created is the templates page. So that's going to be the design of the templates. So at the top, we're going to have the elements to be able to filter by the templates, and it's totally functioning. So when I click on the website content, as you can see, we're going to have only the elements that are related to the website content. So the same thing if I do for the other elements, as you can see, everything is functioning. And if I want to get all the templates back, I click on the all templates and we're having all the templates in here. And also another thing that I want to show you, like when we turn the dark mode on, so everything's gonna look um, as expected to fit the dark mode theme, and also it is totally responsive. So as I'm changing the width of the browser, all the elements are going to be reshaped just to make sure that everything's going to look nicely. So let's go back to the VS Code. I'm going to show you what I did to be able to create this. So the first thing that I did, I created this templates folder, and I think was already created. So the things that I added inside this folder, the components folder, which has all these components that I'm going to talk about, and we're having the main functional component, which is the all templates page.tsx. So inside this functional component, so we're going to have, of course, three elements, the main header. So we're going to reuse again the main header that we used for other functional components, other pages like history or the main area page. We're having the template subheader, which is this part. And finally, we're having the template list, which is this part. So let's go to the template subheader, which is this file inside this components folder. So I'm going to start by the JSX. So we're having the parent div, and here we're having inside this div the utility classes, of course, and the turning operators. Just to make sure, for this one, I added it just to be able to add some height, because if when I shrink the window like this, things is going to be a little bit crowded in here. Just to be able to give more space to all of the elements, I increased the height of this part. And also we're having this for the dark mode to be able to change the colors as we did for the other elements. So we're going to rely on the dark mode variable. And then we're having this div to be able to render each element. So the templates filtering items, as you can see, it is coming from the context API. So which means that I created this array with its setter inside the context API. But first, the data, I created it inside the local data folder just to make sure that everything is organized. And this is the array, the new array that I created just to be able to show all of the elements in here. So we're having the ID, the name, the icon, the selected property just to be able to handle the selection and the click of each element. And we're having the templates array to be able to store all the names of the templates that we want to filter by. So after creating this, as you can see, we're having the export keyword just to be able to use it in any file. And in our case, we're going to use it in app context.tsx. And if we go a little bit up in here, so we're having our array. So we are going to import the single filtering item. So as you can see, if we go all the way at the top, so we're having imported from this file where I created this array. And also another thing that I created, it's the type, which is the single filtering item. So that's the type of it. So as I showed you, as I noticed that I'm just uh, saving all the types of the application in one place just to make sure that things are organized. So after creating our array, then we can be able to use it like this. Of course, we're going to use a map function to be able to iterate through each element, and we're going to call the single option to be able to render each element in here. So the GSX is going to be pretty simple. We're having the class name. So those are the utility classes. And here we're going to use the selected property we're going to rely on to be able to change the background just to let the user know that this one has been selected visually. And to be able to update the selection, we're going to use the update single item functional component that is going to be linked to the onClick event listener. And this is, so it's pretty simple. We're going to use a map function, and each element that is existent inside the map function, its own ID is equal to the ID that we pass down inside this function. We're going to want to update the selected property to true like this. Otherwise, for the other elements, it's going to be set to false. So that's basically how we can be able to make this work for the subheader part. So now I'm going to move on to this part. So for this part, as I showed you, it is located inside the templates list, and this is the whole functional component. So before I start talking about this, I did an update for the old templates. So if we go to the old templates, so let me go to the, I think, to the local data. And here I added some properties. So I added the total word count. just to be able to show the number in here. And also I added this is favorite property just to because I'm going to create another page just to show just only the favorite components just to make the user experience a lot better. And also I created the short subtle title because I'm gonna use this for the generator form that I'm gonna show you later on. So I already created it, but I want to show you things step by step. So this is the update that I did for the template area. So let me close this and I'm gonna go back to the template list.jsx. So here I'm gonna start from the GSX, of course. And here I'm going to use the um, filtering template. So before I start talking about the filtering template, I'm going to just show you the JSX of it because we're using this function to be able to filter each element. Uh, so each element, when we click uh, on the uh, on the elements in here at this part, so it's going to be filtered to be able to show only the element that are related to the part that we selected. So I'm going to talk about this, but I want to just first talk about the functional components. So here we're using the template single card that is located in another functional component. So I put it inside this functional component because it's a little bit long. So here, so nothing fancy in here. So we're having a simple GSX. So we're having the div, we're having the turn operator for the dark mode. And also we're having the single template that icon. So I changed because I added the single template just to be able to accept the element, the single template that we pass inside the uh, template single card. And we are going to use the properties inside the proper div. So this for the icon, this for the title, this for the description, and this for the total words count. And so I'm not going to talk about these two elements. So I'm going to talk about them only when I start talking about the content generator form. So after creating our GSX, I'm going to go back to the template list. So we need to find a way to be able to filter just to show the elements that are related to the element that we selected on. So that's why, as I showed you inside the local data, the template, so we're gonna, we're inside this array, we're gonna use this templates property, which is an array just to be able to make this filtering working. So in here, so we're gonna use this function. So this function is going to return the single template, an array that has the single template type. And the first thing that we're going to do, we're going to extract the element that we clicked on from the template filtering item, which is this array. And we're going to use the find method, and we're going to just only get the element that has the selected property is true. And then we're going to use this if statement. So if the name of the get template name selected is all templates, which is this one, which is this one, then we're going to return the all templates. Otherwise, we're going to use the filter method, and this is how we are going to filter the elements based on the templates array that I showed you. And this function, it's going to be created just to make sure that our grid it's going to be responsive, and the return this function is going to be set in this div. And this is basically how we can be able to create this whole page and make it responsive, and also to change the dark mode theme whenever it's on. So the next thing that I'm going to show you is the content generator form, which is already working. And yeah, so that's for the all templates page. And the next thing that I'm going to show you is the form to be able to create and generate new content. So we need some sort of inputs where people or where the user can be able to put in information. So when I click on generate, so as you can see, we're going to have this awesome form. And also when we click on the template that we want, so this part is going to be changing depending on the template that we clicked on, but also as you can see, if you noticed, the label is going to be changing, the placeholder, and the also the elements also could be changing, or the inputs could be changing depending on the template that we clicked on. For example, if we click on the emails newsletter right now, we're having the tone and the style. And for example, let's say if we click on the code generator, now we're going to have another element to be able to select the language that we want. So the input, it's going to be dynamic dependent on the template that we clicked on. So I'm going to show you how to be able to create this. And also for this part, for the text editor, we're using the Quill.js. That's a popular and free library to use for the text editor, so it's very simple to set up. And also if we turn the dark mode on and let's open this up again. So as you can see, everything's going to be changing to the dark mode theme. And also it's going to be totally responsive for the mobile screen. So um, when we reach that kind of size, so it's going to be looking like this, just to be able to make sure that the user can see everything and can use the actual app in the mobile screen size. So let's go back to the VS Code. I'm going to show you how to create this. So the first thing that we need to do, of course, we need to create the files. So I created this content generator folder. So we're having the left and the right section, and we're having the main file, which is the content generator. So I'm doing this just for organization purposes. So here I'm going to explain the code that we're having in here. So here we're creating context for this form just to make sure that the variables that we're going to use inside this form will flow freely, and we're not have to use any props because that's going to lead to prop drilling and it's going to make our code less readable. So that's why I created the context for this form. So here we are creating, as I did for the whole application, I created the type of the content generator form type, and also we're creating this default state. We're going to add the default state of each variable, and we're creating this custom hook to be able to use this context. And we're creating the content generator provider because we're going to use it to be able to wrap the to be able to wrap actual form. So this is what I'm doing in here. We're wrapping the form, and inside of it, we're adding the left section and the right section just to make sure that all the variables that we're using in here can be accessible by any child components, which are the left and the right section. So I'm not going to talk about these elements now, so I'll just show you the logic and how I created this. So we're having this div. So here we're having the is dark mode to be able to change the colors. So we're adding this utility classes just to make sure that the window is going to be centered because it's going to be fixed. So here we're using the open content generator form, which is a state that we created into the context API. And also we're adding the window width here just to make sure that we are going to so I need to add this brackets in here just to make sure that things that are going to sorry for that. So I need to add the bracket in here. So here we go. And so this is the actual this is the GSX of the content generator form. So as I said, we're having the left section and the right section. So the left section is inside this folder. And also we're having these functional components that I'm going to explain. So we're having the main file of the left section, which I called the left section functional component. So we're having two elements inside of this functional component. We're having the template header, which is this part, and we're having the template form. So if we go to the template header, so that's the file of it. So we're going to have this simple div. So we're having this for the h2 tag, and we're using the selected template. So I'm going to show you why I did so. So here we're using the properties of the selected um, template, because as I showed you this, it's going to be dynamic dependent on the template that we're clicking on. So we need to store the template that we clicked on so we can be able to use it and render it in here. And we're going to store this inside the selected template so we can be able to use these properties and display it into the form. So that's the first thing. So if we go back to the left section and we go to the template form, so that's the actual functional component of the template form. So here we're having the form tag, of course, and we're having this function. So I'm going to show you what it does, and then we're having the button generate button. And also here I added a little bit of margin at the top when the width the window width reaches this level, because the generation button was sticking with the part in here just to make sure that it's gonna have more room whenever I change the window like this. So I did this little fix by adding this turning operator. So here in this render form fields. So just to make sure, as I said, I know as I showed you, the actual inputs are going to be dynamic based on the title of the selected template. So if it is equal to the post title, we're going to use the main topic and the tone style. So the same thing for the block tags. And if we go, for example, to the code generator, we're going to use the main topic, but here we're going to use the language selector. So this is how we are going to make the inputs in here dynamic on the element that we clicked on. So the main topic, so which is this functional component, so it's going to have many things in here, and it's going to accept the label and the placeholder. And it's the label and the placeholder is going to be adaptable depending on the selected template that we clicked on based. So if we go back to the left section, based on the title of the selected template. So this is how we're going to handle this. So if we go back to the main topic in here, so we're having many things that I'm going to show you, and I'm going to start from this function, which is it's going to be able to dynamically change the height of the main topic, because things that's going are going to be changing in here, and because some of the elements are not going to be shown depending on the template that we clicked on. So we want to make sure that this height is going to be dependent on the actual topic selected template that we clicked on, and this is how we're going to handle this. And the return result from this function is going to be added inside this class name. And of course, we are going to add the placeholder from the prompt in the placeholder property, and the same thing for the value. For the label. So we're going to add it inside the label property. And then we're going to go to the right side. So let me open the right side. And this is the functional component of of the right side. So we're using the use quill. So first make sure to install the React quill JS. And then this is how we are going to be able to use this quill functional component. And this is the actual GSX of this part. So we're having the output, we're having the text, we're having the text editor, and how many words has been generated. So all of them are inside this functional component. So after showing you this, then I'm going to show you how to be able to store the inputs from the whenever we are typing and selecting inside all the inputs that we're having in here. And this is where the context API that we created comes in. It's going to make things a lot simpler. So let me close all of these elements and just to show you everything, how we can be able to store the inputs. So I'm going to open up the content generator again. So here, as you can see, I added the main topic input, the tone or style input, and the audience input. And all of them are going to be can be used by other functional components. So we're going to start from the left section in here, and I'm going to go to the template form. So I'm going to start by the main topic. So here we need to get the variables from the new context that we created, which is the content generator form. So we're going to use the use hook that we created to be able to access to this. And we're going to get these two variables, and then we're going to store each variable. So this is going to be inside the value property of the text area, and this for the we're going to use etc to be able to update the element whenever with the onChange event listener is triggered. And the same thing that we're going to do for the audience. So we're going to get the audience input from the context that we created. Then we're going to link this to the value of the text of the input, and we're going to use this inside the onChange event listener. And finally, we're having the tone or style as well. And that's something that I didn't show you. So here we're going to use the select property just to be able to create this selection dropdown. And for the actual um, elements in here, so we're going to get these elements from the context that we created, and then we're going to put this inside the onChange event listener. And also I need to add the tone or style input inside the value property of the selected tag. So this is how we can be able to um, add all the inputs inside the variables, and also to make sure that all of the inputs in here are going to be dynamic based on the template that we created. So after creating our form, the next thing that I added is the dropdown, so we can be able to change the template just from here, just to make sure that to be able to increase the user experience. So when I click on the uh, on this uh, on this headline, so we're going to have this drop down and showing all the templates that we're having, and also we're going to have a search bar to be able to search for the template. So as you can see, as I'm typing, we're going to have a live search, and if I click on the product description, as you can see, it's going to be changing in here, but also all the inputs that are related to the selected template are going to be changed as I showed you. So I'll click on the code generator. Now we're going to have another component to be able to select the actual language. So let's go back to the VS Code. And the first thing that I did, I added this new file inside the dropdowns folder. So I called it the template dropdown. And the next thing that I did, I went to the template header that is existing in the left side of our content generator form. and I added the template drop-down functional component that we newly created. After that, I created this open drop-down variable state to be able to open or close the drop-down, and it's going to be dependent upon the open drop-down, and to be able to change the open drop-down value. So we're going to depend on the on-click event listener of the button uh, when we click on the element in here. And also the arrow is going to be changing. To be able to do this, very simple, we're going to use this turn operator. And also we're going to use these icons from React icons library. So after doing this, I'm going to start talking about the actual template dropdown. So here, before I start talking about the logic that I'm doing in here, so I'm going to talk about the JSX. So we're having the parent div, we're having this first the search bar. So we're having the icon of the search, and also we're having the input. And then we're having inside this div, the area to be able to show each template. And to be able to render each template, we're going to use the single item functional component, which going to have this div. So this for the icon and this for the span tag, all of them wrapped inside this div. So now I'm going to start talking about the logic that I used, and I'm going to start from the search bar. So here from the search bar, the first thing that I did, I created a new or two variables. So I created the input search and the set input search, and the input search is going to be linked to the input variable inside the component that we're using for the search, which is this one. That's the input, so we're linking it to the value property. And whenever we are changing the element inside the input, we're going to use the onChange event listener to be able to update the input search by using the set of input search. Next, the next logic that I did is how we can be able to show the templates in our dropdown. So as I showed you the template, we're going to use the all templates, and the all templates doesn't have the selected property. And here, as you can see, to be able to add the selected property, first of all, we need to update the type. So we're going to use the single template. Then we're going to add the selected property to the extended single template. Because here, as you can see, we are importing the all templates from the context API. And here, we are extending or adding the selected property to the all templates, and we're storing it inside the extended all templates array. And so that's why we added this for this updated type, because we're going to use this for our logic. So that's the first thing. And the second thing here, I added the selected template because whenever we are going to update uh, the um, the element that we click on inside the dropdown, we're using the selected template uh, to be able to show the template in here, and based on it, we're going to select all the inputs that are related to this template. So that's why we're going to use the selected template in here. And so after adding the selected property to the all elements inside the all templates, and we are storing them now as a new array inside the variable here, so we're going to create a use effect hook, and every time that we open up the dropdown, we need to set the is true to the is selected property to the element that to the selected template. So that's why if we close this form and we click on here, as you can see, we're going to have the selected template, which is this one. And if I click on here, it's going to be selected. So to be able to do this, we're going to use this use effect hook. So the first thing, we want to make sure that the selected template is not null because it has uh, like a union type. we're using the single template or null, as you can see in here. And the first thing for this logic, we're going to get the index from the all templates array based on the selected template. Then based on this index, we're going to update our extended template array like this, because if we go down here into the selected item, so we're going to base on the this statement. So if the selected property is true, then we're going to change the colors. So here, as you can see, we're using the, if we go up here, we're using the filter by search. Because we're using the search, so we need to use this logic or the filter method, and wherever the result that we're having by searching, we're going to store it inside the filter by search. Then we are going to use it in here to be able to render all the elements that that we are looking for. And the final thing I think is, so I need to go to the single item. And yeah, that's the final logic that we are doing. We are updating the selection whenever we click on the select the element inside the template. So we're going to trigger this function. So the first thing that we're going to do, we're going to update the extended templates array. Also, we're going to update the selected template, like as you can see, based on the drop down item that we're having inside the prop. Then we're closing our drop down like this. So this is how we can be able to create this functioning drop down to be able to just uh, change the template from here without having to close this and go to the actual template that we want. And the next thing that I worked on is the validation. So let's say that the user wants to generate, click on the generate button. So we're going to have the error, this field is required. And also for some of the templates where we might have other inputs, like for example, if we go to the code generator, so we're going to have the select programming language functional component. And let's say, for example, it is still empty and we click on the generate. So we're going to have the please generate select a language. But if we type in stuff in the text area and we choose the language and we click on the generate, nothing's going to happen. And also if we go to the, for example, the meta description, so we're going to have this empty and also we're going to have this error. But as soon as we type stuff and we add the keywords in, and so the error is gonna disappear. And as long as we are filling up our inputs, so we're not gonna have any errors. So we need to make sure that everything is filled before we can be able to generate, so we don't have any issues. So I'm going to show you what I did to be able to create this. And the first thing that I did, so we're going to go to the content generator. So inside the content generator, what I was doing, I was creating a context from here. And I was having a rendering issue. And what I did, I just took the context and I moved it to the left section. So just to make sure that, because I was adding this inside the left section functional component, so what I did, I took or I moved all the code related to creating the context inside inside the left section context that I newly created. And here we can be able to handle all our states in here and creating the content, creating our context from here. And we are returning this function so we can be able to wrap our left section with the content generator provider. So after doing this, let's go back to the functional component. So here we're having what I did. I I took all the variables and the state that we're going to use for our inputs, so I put them in here. And also I'm creating the errors array. So I'm not going to use Zod or React form because things are going to be a little bit complicated. Even though that's going to took me some time to build, uh, but it is straightforward and easy to get. So here I'm creating the errors array where we have in these objects to be able to show the errors that I showed you inside the form. So for each element, so for each component, so I added the object that's going to go with the component where the input where we want to show the error. So after doing this and creating all the types from at the top and all the default states in here, so the next thing that I'm going to show you is I'm going to start from the main topic, which is this part or this text area. So what we are going to do first, we're going to get our main topic input that I showed you, and we're gonna, to be able to get it, we're gonna use this custom hook, and then we're gonna take this main topic input and we're gonna link it to the value of the text area. And inside the onChange event listener, of course, we need to update our state, and also we're going to update the errors array whenever we are typing inside the text area by using this code, and we are gonna only show the error based on the show property. So if it is true, then we're going to show the span tag. And here, as you can see, I'm getting the index of the main topic error rather than setting it or hard coding it myself. I want to get it by code by using the find index method. And that's why I created the label property inside the error array just to be able to manage that successfully. So when, for example, I want to add another another element inside the errors, so I'm not going to have any problem. So that's why I use this. So we're going to use this, the index, and we're going to put it as a key inside the errors area to be able to show the message of the main topic. And also, I'm going to do the same thing for for example, what I showed you the language selector functional component. So we're going to do the same thing. We're going to get the selected language and the set selected language from the context API that we newly created by using this custom hook. We're going to link it to the selected values property. And also in the onChange event listener, we're going to update our error state. And here we are going to use the label if is equal to the selected language. And the same thing that we're going to do for the keywords. And that's something that I didn't showed you, how we can be able to create the keywords by adding keywords by just type in stuff and hitting enter. And here we're going to use the keywords is going to be a string of arrays to be able to store all the elements that all the keywords that we want. And for managing the errors, we're going to do the same thing. We're going to use again the errors array inside the handle input change whenever we are changing the state of the keywords, and also for the inputs. So nothing for the inputs because the inputs value, it's going to be a local state inside the keywords. So this is basically how we can be able to do this. And finally, I'm going to show you the submit button. So if we go to the left selection, so that's the left selection or section functional component. And inside the submit form, so we're going to do the check-ins first. And also we need to get all these states from the context, the left section context by using this custom hook. and we're going to do the check. So if the main topic input is empty, we're going to turn the show state or property to true. The same for the language. And here for the keywords, we're going to use the length because the keyword is a string of arrays, is an array of strings, sorry. So we're going to use the length. And also we're going to set the show to true only if the label is equal to keywords. And of course, we need to link the template form to the onSubmit function or property of the form tag. So this is basically how we can be able to actually do the validation before we can hit our API to be able to generate our content that the user wants. And the next thing that I added is the logic to be able to add the new content. So when we click on the generate and after selecting our template, let's say, for example, let's select the YouTube hashtag and let's add in some stuff in here. And when we click on the generate button, so we're going to have the generating text showing up, just simulating sending the API. And also we're going to have this just for as an example, just to see that everything is working. And also we're going to have the notification as you saw. So if we go to the history, so as you can see, our element that we newly created has been added inside the history, but also we're going to find it as well in the recent history inside the dashboard. So I'm going to show you how I did that. So the first thing that I'm going to do, I'm going to start from the left section. So here, if we go a little bit down in here, as you can see, we moved our provider, our context API to the left section functional component instead of using it inside the content generator functional component. So that's the first thing that I did. Then I'm going to show you like the logic that I used. So I updated things a little bit to be able to do the check-in for the errors for the fields. So I created this new array called fields to check, which has all of these elements. And we're having for each element the label, the value, the message for the main topic and the selected language. But for the keyword, we're adding the condition property that's going to have a function returning a Boolean. And the reason why I did so, because if we go to the update errors here, so this is how, by explaining this, we'll understand why we use this function inside this property. So the first thing that we're going to do, we're going to get our field by using this line. Then we're going to create the has error variable that is false by default. And we're gonna first check if the field is not undefined. So if not so, we're going to see if the field dot condition or the field has the condition property, meaning that for this case, we're gonna work for the keywords. And then we're gonna use this condition property, which is a function, and we're going to pass inside of it the field dot value, which in our case, the keywords, which is a string of array. So this condition, it's going to be taken from the property val, and then it's going to return it's going to check if the field that value that we passed inside of it is equal to 0. So if it is equal to 0, the has error is going to be true, of course, otherwise it's going to be false. And for this block, it's going to be for these two elements, the main topic and the selected language. And here we're going to return the single error, and also the has error, it's going to be assigned to the show property. So after this, I created all of these variables because we're going to use them to check if at least one of these elements are true before we can be able to call the generate content. So this is going to be inside this try and catch block. So the first thing that I did, I created a new variable state called the isLoading to simulate the loading. So that's a popular way to be able to do so, used by a lot of developers. And here we're going to turn it to true. And then we're going to call the generate content, which has the await keyword, because if we go to the generate content, for now, I'm just doing the simulation. I'm just creating the logic to be able to do so. So I'm not hitting the API, so I didn't write the code to be able to use the Google's Gemini API to be able to get information from the server, from their AI. So here inside this function, we have these properties that we're going to work for to be able to return the content and the title. So I'm going to walk you through all the elements that we have inside the generate content. So here we're going to create these two variables, the prompt and the title. And we're going to use the switch case, and we're going to use the selected template as a key. And the uh, if the selected template that title is equal these elements, what we're going to do, we're going to use the selected template that title as a key inside the prompts, and we're going to use the dot content. Just to be able to understand what we're doing in here, we're going to go to the prompts array. So this prompts array, I created it inside the prompts.js just to make things organized. And this prompts, it's an object. It's a key a value. It's not an array, sorry. It's a key and a value object. So for each key, we're going to have inside this object two properties, the content and the title. And this is the remaining elements keys for our prompts object, for the other templates. So if we go back to the to our function, so let's go to our function, and here we're going to use this key to be able to access the content, and we're going to pass inside of it the main topic input and the tone or style input. If we go back to the prompt, so the content, it's going to accept the main topic or the language or the tone or style um, uh, parameters. So let's go back to our function in here. So, and based on these prompts, we're going to also to store the results from the title, because what we want at the bottom, if we go in here, we're going to return the title, the prompt, and the content. So after that, I'm going to show you like the content. So we're going to use a new promise just to be able to simulate hitting the API. And here we're going to create and we're going to return um, this example code to the content after 1200 milliseconds. So all of that inside this function at the bottom, we're going to return all of these elements, the title, the prompts, and the content. So if we go back to our function, so these are going to be stored inside the results variable. And here we are going to create a new entry, history entry. And first we need to make sure that the result and the selected template is not undefined. Then we are going to create our new history object, which it's going to follow, of course, the history data structure. We're going to have all of these elements. And then we are going to use the set content generated. So I'm going to show you this inside the context API that I used just to be able to share the content from the result between the left section functional component or part to the right part, so you can be able to show it inside here, because this part is the left section and this part is the right section. And I use the context API just to be able to share wherever that we have inside the content uh, to move it or to share it to the Quill library or the Quill text editor that we're using in here. So that's why I'm using the set content generated. And if we go at the top, as you can see, um, if we go to the use app context, so the content generated object is coming from the context API that I created for this reason that I explained, to be able to move it to the right side and use it inside the Quill editor. And finally, we are going to add this new history to the all history data by using the set all history data. And we're going to use the hot toast notification library to be able to use the toast. And to be able to do this, I'm going to show you very quickly. So let's open up Google, and so I'm waiting for the connection. So it's a little bit long, a little bit slow. Sorry for this. So I'm going to type in React hot toast. So and we're gonna go to their website. So after this, the first thing that the steps are pretty straightforward. So we're gonna use the npm install React hot toast, and then after this, go to the parent div. So for our case um, is the dashboard. So what I'm going to do in here, the page. So I added the toaster here, so I can be able to use our toast, and we can be able to call this toaster whenever we want, wherever we want uh, in our code source by using um, the toast function from here. So here we are turning the success, and here we are turning the error whenever we have an error inside the catch block. And finally, we are going to set the is loading as false. So that's basically how we can be able to do this. And also another thing that I did, and if we go here, the render form field, I moved them inside the left section functions just to make sure to clear some space in the left section functional component. And another thing that I want to show you is the all pages, all the history page. So I did some modifications just to make sure that the information that we are going to render are correct. So I updated the numbers of the element generated, but also all the information are going to be based on the content that we generated. So if we go back to our code, so we're going to go to the all history list.tsx, and inside the single history item, and here, so what I did, so the first thing that I did, I created this function called convert from text to React Node, because the single history uh, so because we are not storing the icon inside the single history, so I need to find a way to be able to convert the icon based on the template. So this is what I'm doing. So I'm going to pass inside of it a string, and this convert from text to React Node, which I stored inside the left section at the bottom of it. So here what we're going to do, we're going to accept the template name, and based on it, we're going to return its proper icon like this. So this is going to return a React Node type, of course, so that's why we're using it inside this div, and we're not having any problems. Of course, I updated the single history.template, so I added template property, and at the bottom, if we go in here, we're having also functions, the truncate string, just to make sure that we're not going to have a long text, so to be able to cut it off. So we're using this function. So that's the function. So it's very simple. And also another function that we're having is to be able to convert the ISO date to text. So that's the function. So I just used it from the AI to be able to create this function and the count word. So that's the function that we're going to use to be able to count the words of the content that we're generating. So as you can see, so we're going to use the content property to be able to get to calculate the words. So and after that, we're going to go to the so we're going to go to the main area where we are showing the all history component, which is this one. And so here, so what we're going to do, we're going to go to the all history list.jsx, and basically we're going to do the same thing inside the single item that we're using to be able to render each element. So we're using the same function, and also we're using the same functions from the left section. So if we go back to the left section, so here, as you can see, we are using the export keyword just to be to make sure that the function is going to be exported. And if we go to the functions here, also I exported them to be able to use them inside this functional component. And if we go at the top, so another thing that I want to show you uh, uh, inside the all history. So I'm going to go to the subheader, and some minor change that I did here. I added the length from the all history to be able to calculate how many elements that we're having inside the history array, just to make sure that the numbers that we're having in here are going to be in sync with the numbers that the number that we're having inside the element generated header. And the next thing that I added is I updated the values of the elements that we're having in the overview. So just to show you, I already created some elements. So let's say I'm gonna generate something in here and click on generate. And if we go back into our dashboard, as you can see, everything was updated and incremented based on the history. So what we're going to do in our code, we're going to take the information from the history data, and then we're going to create some code to be able to update and increment all the values that we're having in this part. So let's go back to the VS Code, and we're going to start from the dash stats.tsx because this is where we are rendering all of the elements in our overview. And here the first thing that we're going to do, we're going to create this function. So this function called calculate stats, and it's going to accept the all history data that we're using to be able to render all the elements in the overview section. So the first thing that we're going to do, we are going to count the total numbers or total words by using the reduce method, and we're going to use the total words property for each single history object. So we're going to use the reduce function to be able to increment the total words of all the elements inside the all history data array. Then we're going to calculate the total document generated, which is the number of history entry that we generated. So we're going to just use the length property. For the average word per doc, we're going to use this. So it's pretty straightforward. So it's a very simple formula to understand. For the total time, so to be able to um, calculate the total time saved because the average PM, the word per minute, if we type by hand, it's going to be 40. So based on this, we're going to calculate the total time saved by this formula, which is total words divided by the average uh, the average WPM word per minute variable. And here we're going to do some formatting because what we want is when we exceed 60 minutes, we need to be formatted like this to be able to show the hours and the minutes. So we're going to do like this. And then we're going to return all of the variables. And after that, because this function is going to return 4 element twice inside the use effect, we're going to deconstruct this return function, and we're going to get all of the elements like this, and then we are going to update the stats data, and so we're going to use the set stats data, and for each, so we're going to use the dot id, so for each element we're going to assign its proper element inside the value property like this. So this is gonna update the states data array right away because we're using directly the set stats data. So this is basically how we can be able to update our overview section, and this is going to be dependent upon the all history data, meaning that whenever the array changes, this is going to be triggered, this whole function is going to be triggered, so we can be able to update all the numbers inside the overview section. So after updating everything into the overview section, so now I start working on this chart. So here, if so I'm going to show you when I change the elements. So when I click on this one, so as you can see, uh, this is going to be changing based on the previous days that we are selected in here. So if I select the last 10 days, so as you can see, we are going to be able to get access to the last 10 days. And the same thing if I click on the 15 days. And the reason because in the history, so I created all of these elements just to see and to create the logic to be able to handle all of these changes. And also when we click on the total time saved, so as you can see, we're going to have another structure of our chart based on the data that we are having. And also if we change the days, so we're going to have a different outcome in our chart. And everything is based on the history area. So let's go back to the VS Code. I'm going to show you how I've been able to create this. So I'm gonna go to the main data.js. So this is where we're having our array of the new history data array. So this is all the objects. And the first thing that we need to do, we need to create a function to be able to extract the data. So we're having many things in here. So we're having a helper function to be able to count the words because we're going to use it in this function. So basically what we're going to do, we are going to uh, start or extract rely on the created at property, which is a property inside each object inside the all history data. Then we are going to count each item since we are going to use the for each loop for the history data. And then we are going to count the words, and we are going to convert since this is a map, we're going to convert it as an area like this. So it's going to be returning with this format. And so this function is, I created it to be able to sort the elements because since the name, it's going to be a date. So we need to sort them from from the old day to the newest day. And here we're creating another function to be able to do the same. So it's the same structure, but to be able to count the documents And also we're having another function to be able to count the average words. And lastly, we're having the function to be able to um, count the time saved, something that I didn't mention. So after creating all these functions, we're going to go to the dash start or the chart functional component, sorry. And inside this function, what we are going to do, we're going to create this function to be able to return the selected item in this. So let me go back to the dashboard in this drop down. Uh, and then we're going to create this function to be able to filter by the dates. Then here we are going to um, extract the date that we selected into the drop down, and we're going to use this function to be able to get the elements uh, and then we're going to go to take this filtered data and we're going to store it or put it into the format aggregate count to be able to get the actual object that we want. And inside of it, we're going to use the sort and the short mouth function to be able to sort the elements. So after this, we are going to return the elements based on what we selected from this drop down. So we're gonna take this whole function in here, and we're gonna use it inside the data property of the area chart tag to be able to show the all the elements inside the chart, and also make sure to add the data key as a value. And the next thing that I did, I worked into the two functions of these buttons. So the first thing that I'm going to do, I'm going to generate just the simulation of generating something. So this is going to be just as an example, as I showed you. And the first thing that I want to show you is the button. So whenever we click on this, so we're going to have this message, content copied successfully. And if we open up the notepad, sorry, and here, as you can see, the content has been copied successfully that we newly generated. And also we can be able to delete. But before that, I'm going to go back to the dashboard, and as you can see, the element that we created now is shown into our chart. But if we click on the delete button, so we're going to have this new window telling us that if we really want to delete this history entry, so when we click on delete, so we're simulating the here in the API of the to the database. So it's just as a simulation because we didn't uh, create our database yet. So as you can see, the element has been deleted. And if we go back to our chart, so also the chart is going to be updated because there is no element that has been created today, which is the 29th September 2024. So as you can see, everything is working successfully. And also if we turn the dark mode on, and also that I took into account. So when we click on the delete button, so also the colors of the window are going to be changing, fitting the dark mode theme. So let's go back to the VS Code, and I'm going to show you step by step that I did to be able to create this. So I'm going to start from the context API. So the first thing that I did, I created two variables, the open confirmation window, which we are going to rely on to know whether we're going to open the window or not when the user click on the button. Then we're going to create this selected history entry to be able to store the history in it that we want to delete. So after that, I created a new, of course, the window. So that's the functional component. And here I'm creating the variable is loading and the set is loading just to be able to simulate. So whenever we are waiting to get response from the database, we're going to rely on to be able to show if we go back down, if we go down into our code. So if the is loading is true, meaning that we are waiting the response from the database, we are going to use the deleting and the three dots string. Otherwise, we're going to use the default string, which is the delete. So also I want to show you the JSX. So we're having the current or the parent div, which has all of these utility classes. And also we're having the dark mode class. And I put it inside this variable because as you can see, this class name is a little bit cluttered and we have a lot of things in here. That's why I put some of the elements that are using the turning operators inside their variables. So here we are going to just change the background and the text color if the is dark mode is on. Otherwise, we're gonna use the background as white. So here for the message text that we are using, so if the S dark mode is on, we're gonna use this slate color. Otherwise, we're gonna use the slate color. And of course, to make sure that these are used, we're gonna put this inside the printf and this inside the p tag that we are using to be able to show the message. And here we're having this div. So actually inside of it, we're having the h2 tag for the header, the p tag, and also we're creating a new div where we're going to put inside of it these two buttons. And those are the utility classes. And here I'm going to start talking about the logic. So the first thing that I'm going to do here is I'm going to go to the single um, history item, which is the component that we're using to be able to show each history. And the first thing that I'm going to start from is the on-click event listener of the copy button. So this is actually the code to be able to copy the content. So here we're going to use the navigator object that's clipboard, and we're going to use the write text function, which by then it's going to use the then function which is promise. So if it is true, and we're gonna copy the take the dot content property from the single history to be able to copy this all the elements inside the content property. So if everything goes well, we're going to return this toast notification message. Otherwise, we're gonna show up this error. And also when we click on the delete button, so we're going to set the open confirmation window as true. So when it is true, um, the actual window or the actual variable, it's going to be true. So then we're going to use the block display rather than the hidden or the non-display. So this is how the logic that we're using to be able to show a window when we click on the delete button. And then we are going so if we go back to the single history item, we're going to update the selected history entry by the single history, which is the element that we are passing inside of this function. So after that, we're going to go back to the delete confirmation window. So when we click on the delete, so this function it's going to be triggered. So we're going to use a try and catch block, and then we're going to update the is loading state to true. We're going to simulate the operation by creating a new promise, and then we're going to update the all history data array, and we're going to use the filter method, and also make sure to add all of these variables needed in here from the context API that where we created our variables to make these usable. So then we're gonna show up this notification by using the toast notification library, and then we're going to close the window. Otherwise, we're gonna return this message, and finally, we're going to set the is loading as false. So, and finally, I want to show you another thing. If we go to the page, I created this soft layer functional component which is this layer, this black layer underneath the window. And so I created this functional component and I called it from here, and only it's going to be appearing when the open confirmation window is true, and we are setting the width and the height as full. It's going to be fixed as well. The background is going to be black, the opacity it's going to be this, and the z-index I set it to the 50 just to be able to be always at the top of all of the elements that we are creating in this application. And this is basically how we can be able to create this operation. And the next thing that I added is the subscription page. So when I click on the upgrade to Pro, so we're going to have this simple page so that the user can upgrade his plan to be able to keep using the service. So let's go back to the VS Code. So the first thing that I did, of course, I created the component. So I called it subscription page.tsx inside the subscription folder, just to make sure that everything is organized. And the first thing that I did, I created a plan card functional component that it's going to accept all of these prompts. So we're having the parents div, which is this one, and also we're using the is dark mode variable to be able to switch between the colors when the dark mode is on or off, and those are the utility classes that we're using to um, to be able to create and customize our card. So first we're having this div where we are uh, adding inside of it the title and the price, and then we're having the features inside the UL tag. So we're having this for the actual utility classes, and inside of it we're adding this turning operator. So if the is pro is false, we're going to add some height, which is 2010 pixel, just so I was doing this, sorry, just because I was having the free tier and I got rid of it. So all I had to do is to get rid of this line. So there is no need to do this. So I just uh, stick with the Pro plan and showing it only here by itself. And so we're having the li tag to be able to show all the features. And here we're gonna show the button. And here we're having the subscription plan page, which is the full functional component. So we're having the parent div, and also we're having two elements. We're having this for the upgrade your plan headline, and this for the p tag. And also here we are calling the plan card um, component that I just showed you. And here we are going to use all the properties, so the title, the price, the features, and so all we have to do is to add the elements inside the array, and that's why we use the map function, because the feature is going to be this array, and we're going to loop through each element to be able to render each one. And here we're using the button label and the isPro tag. So this is how we can be able to create this whole page. And next I'm going to show you what I did when I click on the upgrade to Pro. This it's going to be shown. So the fix that I found for this, I added the subscription item inside the menu or the main menu items that we're using in here. And as you can see, it is not shown because I want to just use it to be able to show the subscription. And to be able to do this, what I did, I went to the main section inside the sidebar. And here in the array that we are using to be able to show each element, so I added this condition. So if the label is called subscription, we're going to use the hidden display to be able to hide this particular element. And finally, I'm going to show you when I click on the upgrade to Pro, we're going to trigger the element that we created newly inside the main menu items. And it's very simple. What we're going to do, we're going to go to the, so we are going to go to the sidebar, and we're going to go to the function or main in words, which is the card that we're using at the bottom of the sidebar to be able to show the remaining words. And we're going to add this on-click event listener, and we're going to use the set main menu items. And here we're going to update our state. So if the is selected, if the single item that label is equal to subscription, it's going to be true. Otherwise, for the other elements are going to be false. That's why we don't the um, the colors here are not in any elements inside the menu items because now the subscription item, which is not shown in here, is selected. And also, if we turn the dark mode on, I made sure that also the colors are going to be updated to be able to fit the dark mode theme. So after creating our pro plan page, the next thing that I worked on is this card to be able to track how many words has been generated. So since the user is still in the free plan mode, so we have 1000 words to be able to generate for free. So if we go to the template, for example, and also, as you can see, I added some stars just to let the user knows that these templates are only going to be used in the Pro plan. So let's try to generate some content uh, by just simulating, of course. Um, and after generation, we are going to be able to we're going to close the window. And as you can see, this has been more than 1000 words has been generated. So meaning that when we click on the actual template, we are asking the user to go to the Pro plan to keep using this service. So let's go back to the VS Code. And the first thing that I did, I created this uh, object called fake user because once we are gonna start working with Clerk, so it's not gonna be the case, just to know to create the logic of to be able to handle all of this. So we're gonna have two properties, the is pro and the cumulative words. So after that, what we're going to do, we're going to go to the remaining words functional component, which is this card. And here um, at the top, we are going to extract the fake user and the set fake user from the context API. And also here in the progress text, we are going to use this turning operator. We're going to use the to show the cumulative words variable inside the progress test here. And here we're going to use the this to be able to show whether 1000 or 100,000 words based on the isPro property of the fake user object. And here I'm creating this function to be able to calculate the percentage. So this is the actual function. And here inside this use effect, we're going to use the content generated variable that we are storing wherever we are generating the content. It's going to be stored inside the content generated. So we're going to use in this to be able to update the calculation of the words. And we're going to use this use effect hook, meaning that every time the content generated state is updating, we're going to extract the numbers of words by using the count words that we already created. And then we are going to update the fake user variable like this, and we're going to accumulate or increment the cumulative words property like this. So, and after that, I added this condition. So only if uh, the user is not in in the Pro plan, then we are going to show this button. Otherwise, it's not going to be shown. So, and just to know this, so when I um, change the is Pro property to true, and so let's reload the page. So it's going to be reload automatically because this states it's going to change. And as you can see, we're not having any any button. And if we go to the template, so now we're not having the stars icon, and I can be able to keep generating content. As you can see, when I click on generate, everything it's going to work fine. And also we have the 100,000 words. So because the user is in the Pro plan mode. And the next thing that I'm going to show you how to be able to show the stars in here and to do some restrictions when the user in the free plan mode. So let's go back to our code, and I'm going to set the isPro property to false. So the application it's going to be reloaded again just to be able to update everything. And now the upgrade to Pro button is back. And if we go to the template, so here when I click on the when the user is on free mode, and when we click on the template that needs to be in the Pro plan, so we're going to have this because, as I said, the user is still in the free mode. So how to be able to do this? So we're going to go back to our code, and the first thing that I'm going to do, I'm going to go to the all templates page, to the template single card functional component. And the first thing that I'm going to do, I'm going to call the fake user from the context API. And so we're creating this function to be able to go to the plan, to the Pro plan page by updating the main menu items like this. And here in the on-click event listener, but before that, so I need to add a new property called the is for pro. So if we go to the local data and templates, so I added the is for pro property inside each object inside the templates area. So after that, I'm going to show you the logic that I did. So to be able to show the stars, what I did, I created this. So I created this logic, and we're going to use the icon, which is this one from React Icons library. So which means that if the user is not pro, then we're going to see if the single template has the is for pro. So if it is the is for pro property is true, then we're going to show the star. Otherwise, if the user is not pro, is pro, then where this is not going to be shown, and meaning that the star is not going to be shown into the template. Then we're going to go to the on-click event listener in this logic to be able to add some restriction when the user clicks on the template when the user is in the free plan. So if the user is in the free plan and the cumulative words that were taken from the fake user is exceeds 1000, then we're going to call this function, which is this function, to be able to change the menu items state to go to the Pro plan page. And we're going to use the return keyword to be able to exit the on-click event listener. And so if it's not the case, then meaning that the user is on the free plan, he doesn't reach the 1000 words limit, then we're going to go to this part, and we're going to see if the single template is not for the pro users, then we are going to let the user access to the actual template. Otherwise, when the user clicks on a template where the is for pro property is true, and he is in the free plan, then we're going to recall and reuse the go to the page to the plan page function to be able to direct them into the pro plan page. And otherwise, if the user is pro, so none of this is not gonna be executed. So we're gonna he's gonna be able to access to all the templates. So this is the logic that I used to be able to set the restriction when the user is on the free plan or in if it exceeds 1000 words. So the next thing that I need to update, like for example, let's say that the user is on the free plan, but also you can be able to access to the elements from here, which is something that I need to update. Only you can be able to access to these elements inside this dropdown when he is on the Pro plan. Another restriction that I added into the dropdown, so when we want to generate a new content and inside the dropdown, as you can see, because the user is in the free plan mode, so we're going to have as well all of the elements are going to be uh, not accessible. So when I click on one of these elements, so the user is going to be headed towards the upgrade uh, to upgrade the Pro plan page. So let's go back to the VS Code, and the functional component that we're going to work in is the template dropdown. So here inside inside the single item, which is the functional component that is responsible to render each element, the first thing that we're gonna add are these three elements. So I'm gonna explain why. So the is pro property from the fake user, and also the set menu items, just to be able to change or update the main menu items to be able to go to the subscription plan page, and the open content generator form. So I'm going to explain why I'm doing this. So after that, we are going to create, as we did for the other functional component, this function go to the Pro Plan page to be able to update the main menu items array. So the label that is equal to subscriptions, it's going to be set to true. And after that, so we're not gonna do any adjustments for for this function. And I created this function, decrease opacity down, drop down item, just to be able to decrease the opacity when the when these two conditions are met. The first one is when the is for pro property from the item is true, and also the is pro uh, property from the fake user is false. So if these conditions are met, we're going to return this utility class, otherwise we're going to return nothing. And we're going to take this function, and the result of it, it's going to be added inside this class name. And after that, I added this star as I did for the templates. And now I'm going to start talking about the on-click event listener. So when the is pro uh, from the fake user is false, we're going to check if this dropdown is for pro or not. So if it is not, then we are going to update the selection to be able to update the actual element that for the dropdown. Otherwise, we are going to set the content generator form to false, and we're gonna get the user to the upgrade your plan page. So we're gonna call this function that I showed you. Otherwise, if the user is in the pro plan, then he can be able to access to any item, and that's why we are going to call the update the selection. So this is basically how we can be able to do the adjustments um, of this dropdown based on whether the user is on the plan mode, on the free plan mode, or the pro plan mode. And the next thing or the next restriction that I added for the free plan. So let's say, for example, that the user generates or reach the limit. So and if we click on the generate and let's choose another element and click on generate. And if we go back to our application, as you can see, the button is disabled. So we can't be able to generate any content because we reached our limit. And so I'm going to show you how to be able to do this. So the first thing that we're going to go to is the main header.tsx. So I created this disable generate button state, and we're creating this use effect hook. So if the is pro is false and the cumulative words that are coming from the fake user object that we created inside our context API. So if these conditions are met, the generate button, the disable generate button is gonna be true. Otherwise, it's gonna be false. And here we're gonna use this variable, and we're gonna place it right into the disable property of the generate button. So here it is. So the disable property, it's going to be linked and associated to the disable generate button. And we're gonna keep this on-click event listener as it is. And also another thing that I added inside the Upgrade Pro, so if the user wants to go back to the dashboard just from clicking from here, and to be able to do so, I went to the subscription page, and here I use the set main menu items from the context API. And I created this function like we did for the other components. And so when the user clicks, and also I added the close icon from React icon library. So when the on-click event listener gets triggered, eventually this function is going to get triggered as well. And what we are doing here, we are setting the selected property of the single item, that label, which is dashboard, to true, and the other elements to false, just to be able to select this as true and to be able to see all the dashboard elements in our application. But if we go back to the context API and we set this to true, eventually we need to reload our application. And we are waiting to be loaded. So after that, if I generate content, and I can be able to choose any template what I want because I'm in the pro plan mode. And here, as you can see, even if I reached 1000, so the generate button, it's gonna still working. But also another thing that I didn't mention is the pro plan right now is showing up under the name or the fake name. And in the main header, that's something that I didn't show you. So we're gonna rely on the isPro variable and the turning operator. So it's very simple. So if it is true, we're gonna use the pro plan. Otherwise, we're gonna use the free plan. So the next thing that we're gonna do, we're gonna work on the back end. So since we finished almost the front end, so we're gonna work on the back end, and we're gonna use MongoDB to be able to store all the information, and also we're going to use Clerk for authentication. So they're going to go hand in hand in the first step because we need to store the user credentials, the email address when the user sign up to our application. So I'm going to show you the steps to do so. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to create a project into MongoDB. So I'm not going to walk you through all of this. You can find this in the internet or in their documentation. So it's pretty easy to set up. So after creating your project, so as you can see here, I have this collections, this user collections, and I'm storing my accounts. So it means that everything is working fine, just to test things out. And also, as you can see, deploying the application into the server or into Vercel, because with Clerk we need to use webhooks to be able to store users from their servers to my database, and the application need to be into the internet. But also I'm going to show you another way if you don't want to deploy this into Vercel and make sure that this is still working. So, after, as I said, setting up your project into the MongoDB and creating a database, the next thing that we're gonna do, we need to set Clerk up into our application. And here we're gonna start from this link. So that's their website. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to install this package. Then, but before, something that I need to mention, you need to create a new application. So go to their dashboard and create a new application. So I already created one. So all you have to do is create an application. So and just add in the name of the application, and you're ready to go. And here I'm gonna just use the Google provider, and that's it. So after that, click on the create application. So after creating the application, and I'm going to show you why you need first to create the application. So we're going to reload the page, and you're going to find, because this is going to be linked to your account that you created into Clerk dashboard. So we're going to find the new application in here, and make sure um, to select this one and copy these keys and paste them into the .env.local into the um, into this file. And also make sure to add the string that has given to you from MongoDB, and add it into this URL or this variable. So after that, you need to create the middleware.js, something that I've already done it. So as you can see, so this is the file. Just copy and paste this code, and then we are gonna need to add this Clerk provider tag into the layout. So it's pretty simple. So all you have to do is to import the Clerk provider from the package, and then you need to wrap all this code around the Clerk provider tag. And after that, what we are going to do, we are going to create our API route. So I just created the user route just to see things are working well, and create this folder called webhooks, and inside of it, you will create this route.js, and this is the code that you need to add into this route.js. And the code, I got this code from this page. So so that's the code that I got from this page. So all you have to do is to copy this code and paste it in here. And here you are gonna add some of the things that I'm going to show you, like the user schema and the connect function to be able to connect with MongoDB. So to be able to set that up, I created the user schema into the models folder, and that's the schema of the user. And also I created inside the lab folder the connect.js to be able to set up a connection with MongoDB. So after doing this, all you have to do, if we go back to the route.js, make sure to import them like this. And at the bottom here, inside this if statement, when the event type is user.created, then we're going to extract the ID and the email address, and then we're going to create a new user, but we're going to add the spro and the accumulated words inside the new user object, and then we are going to execute all of this code to be able to connect to the database and create a new user by using the user model that create, which is a function that's going to allow us to add a new entry into our users collection. So after doing this, what you have to do is create a new folder, these two folders to be able to sign in and sign up. So after doing this, what you have to do to, and also make sure if you are working with the ng-rock, after creating the, so let me go back and I'm gonna go to the Clerk, the webhook section just to show you something very, very important to set up, otherwise nothing's gonna work. Always make sure that the sign-in key, this key, is the same that you're using. If you're using the ng-rug, make sure to add it like here inside the webhook secret. And if you are using the deployed version of the application uh, into Clerk, so always make sure to add the inside the environment variables, make sure to add them in here, otherwise nothing's gonna work. It took me quite a while to figure that out, and I wasted a lot of time for this. So make sure to make sure that the keys are aligned each other. So after that, what I did, I created a simple, so let me log out. I created this simple header just because I need these two buttons just to see that everything is working. So inside the page.jsx here, so I'm creating this nav bar. So eventually we are going to make this look better, but just for the sake of testing, I made this that way. So what I did, I used the user ID and the is loaded from this custom hook provided by this package, the Clerk next.js package. And here we're going to use it inside the string operator. If the user ID is null, we are going to show these two buttons. Otherwise, we're going to show the dashboard button. And here we're using the link to be able to access to the sign-in route or the sign-up route, which are these two routes in here that we just created. And as you can see, everything is working fine. So after creating our API to be able to store the user when it is signed up, the next thing that I did, so I'm gonna start working on other requests for the user. Like for now, if I reload the page, as you will see is that some of the information are sustained, that are the number of words generated and the plan that the user uh, has. So to show you how to do so, so the first thing that I'm going to do, I'm going to go to the app context API, and inside the fake user, so I added these properties, first name, last name, and the user ID. And then, so I added the user, the user type, which is gonna have the structure of our object. And if we go at the bottom, here inside the use effect hook, I added this fetch user data function. So meaning that we are going to call this to call this function whenever the user or whenever the application is firstly loaded. But before I start talking about this, I want to show you the routes that we created. So inside the user's um, route, I created the get method to be able to pull out the information from the database, and we're gonna use the URL. So we're gonna use the query parameter to be able to access to the ID, and based on the ID, we are going to pull out the information. So if we go back to our route, so this is what we are going to do. We're going to use the user ID as a query parameter, and then we're going to connect to our database, and we're going to find the actual user ID by using this line of code, and everything goes well. We are going to return the isPro property and the accumulated words property. So after creating this route, we're going to use it in our client side, and we're going to use the fetch method, of course, and this is the route that we're going to use, and we're going to use the parameter user ID that's going to equal to the user that is coming from the Clerk package, and we're going to access to the ID property. And then we're going to wait for a response from the server. So if everything goes well, we're going to create a new object where we're going to fill inside of it all the information that we got from the server, which are the isPro and the accumulated words. And these information we are going to get them just from the Clerk package. Then we're going to update our fake user um, state. So after doing this, what we're gonna do, we're gonna also another thing that I want to show you is the put method. So we need to update whenever the user generates the content, we need to update the user object. And here, so this is the function to be able to update the user object. So we're gonna get only the ID, the isPro, and the accumulated words from the request from the client, and then we are gonna use this try and catch block to be able to update the information inside the database by our user schema and the function from Mongoose, which is find one and update function. And this is how we are going to update our document in our collection. So after showing you the routes, the next thing that I want to show you, so we're going to go to the main header, which is this part, because we need to show the name, and also we need to show the plan that the user is in. So, so here, what we're going to do, we are going so here, we already did this because I didn't change the fake username, so it's gonna happen automatically because I already set that up. The only thing that I want to show you is how we can be able to update our database whenever we generate the content. So if we go to the left section, functional component, and here in this function, I added a new function. If we go at the bottom here, I added this update user in the database, which is going to accept the user ID and the cumulative words. And we're going to use the fetch method, and the method that we're going to use is the put method. So you can be able to hit our API and update our user, and we are going to pass inside of the body the accumulated words. So this object is the accumulated word, but for us is cumulative word. So make sure to add this, otherwise things is not going to be updated into the database. So everything goes well, we are going to return the data. So also here at the function, the submit form function, so I added this code. So the first thing that we're going to do, we're going to calculate the cumulative words. Then we're going to wait a response from the server. And if the update response is not null, meaning that everything goes well, then we can be able to update all our states in the front end, the update the fake user and the all history data and the content generated. But here, first we are creating a new object called the update fake user, so you can be able to update the cumulative words property inside of it based on the updated cumulative word, which is this one. So this is basically how we can be able to uh, to um, link the user, the database, with our project when it comes to the user. And here, as you can see, when I'm going to create a new element, and if we go in our dashboard, as you can see, the numbers of words has been incremented. And if I reload the page, so the number will sustain. So something went wrong here, probably because I didn't do the actual. So let me generate a new account. And if I reload the page, normally it should be incremented. So as you can see, it has been incremented successfully. And the next thing that I'm going to show you is to be able to add and delete the history into the database. So here, as you can see, I already added some elements. So all of these elements are inside the database. So let's click on generate and let's add something new like this. And let's click on the generate button. So this it's going to be generating. So it is just an example because we're not using the Gemini API yet. So right now we're having 10 elements has been generated, and if I reload the page, so the elements that we all generated are gonna remain into the application because we are pulling them out from the database. And also we can be able to delete uh, uh, element history if you want to. So when we click on delete, so this is gonna be, it has been deleted. And if I reload the page just to make sure that everything is working fine, as you can see, we'll still have a 9 history entries, meaning that the element has been deleted into the database. So let's go back to the VS Code. I'm going to show you how to be able to do this. And the first place we're going to start from is the model. So we need to create a schema for the history. So basically, this is the schema that we're going to use. So it's going to be it's going to be the same schema that we're using for TypeScript. So this is where so that's the advantage of using TypeScript. And also using TypeScript, it's going to allow you to not having any problems later on especially when the application gets more complex, but also when we start working with the database. So here after this, we're going to create our model. And then after that, we're going to create all our routes. So the first thing that I do to be able to test the routes as I use a Thunder client. So we're having the post method and we're having the get method. So the post method to be able to create a new history when we generate uh, content, and the get method to be able to pull out the histories from the database. So that's the get method, and the delete method to be able to delete the method. So that's the code to be able to uh, the backend code to be able to delete the history. And next, what we're going to do, we're going to go to the left section functional component, and inside the template form, we're going to add another function. So the last thing that we added in this function is the function to be able to update the user. So we need to update the words that has been generated or accumulated. And here, as you can see, we added another function, which is the add history to database. And we're going to pass in inside of it the new history. So if we go to this function, so that's the fetch method. So we're going to use the post method, and we're going to stringify the new history object to be able to pass it to the server side. So if something goes wrong, we're going to throw an error. Otherwise, we're going to return the post history response.json from the server, and that's why here at the top we are passing we are yeah so I created the function to be able to use the response, but we can do this as well. So we're going to use the await keyword, and if everything goes well, so we're going to update all our UI, and we're going to notify the user by using the toast library. Otherwise, we're going to throw an error. So this is basically how we can be able to do this. And for the deletion, what we're gonna go to the confirmation window.tsx, and here, uh, so sorry, so this file is from another, um, it is from another project. So let me go directly to the actual component. So I'm looking for the window, um, the application. So that's the downside when the application gets more complex. We're having a lot of file and sometimes it get lost. So anyway, so the function that I created is the delete history entry. So it's going to be, of course, an async function, and we're going to use the fetch method with the delete method, and in our route we're going to use the selected history entry.id. So we're going to delete the actual history based on the ID, and so if everything goes well and we get a positive response from the server, then we're going to update the information in our UI. So this is basically how we can be able to add and delete our histories into the database. And the next feature that I added is the live search. So if I go into the search bar and I start typing, as you can see, we're going to have a live search and we're going to have all the templates available. And since this it's still in the free plan. So as you can see, for the templates that only for the pro plan are going to be shown like this with the star. And if I click on the post title, since this it's free to use, so we're going to be able to access to be able to generate content. But if, for example, we go to another component or another template that is for plan mode, as you can see, we're going to be headed towards the plan page. So let's go back to the VS Code. And the first thing that we're going to do, we're going to create a new component. I called it the search component. So this component, it's going to be a little bit heavy because as you can see, um, there are going to be a lot of code to make sure that this is working fine, and make sure to import the search component into here. So I'm going to start explaining what's inside the search component. So the first thing that we're doing, we're adding all of these elements because we're going to use them. So first we're creating the search state to be able to store the words that we are typing into the search, and also we're using the show live result state as a boolean, meaning that because we're going to create this logic, so when we type in uh, only if we type in or the search length is more than 0, then we can be able to search to see this component, which is the if we go back, if we go at the bottom, the live results. So the live results functional component is the component that is the whole component where we are showing all the results like this. So what's happening in here? So once we update our search state by using this function, so what we're gonna do, we're gonna uh, say to Typescript if the length of the current value is 0, so this is going to stay false, otherwise it's going to stay true. So once the show live results is true, this is going to be triggered as well, and our component is going to be shown because this is going to be only shown if the live results is true. So that's why we created this state. And here, so this is the GSX of the search component. So I did some minor adjustment because I added this div. This div wasn't here, so I added it just to make sure that because we're gonna add another component that's gonna be at the bottom. So that's why I added this another div where I put in the input and the search icon, and then outside of this div, we're going to add the live results to be able to see the results that we are looking for. And also here to be able to filter out the things or the templates that we are searching for. Eventually, we're going to use the filter method. This is how we are going to get all the templates since it is an array to be able to get the templates that we want as we are typing in the search bar. So now I'm going to start talking about the live results functional component. So I'm going to start from the GSX. So we're going to use the filter results array to be able to show the elements, and we're going to call the single template item where we're going to pass inside of it the single template because it is an array and we're going to use a function for each element. We're going to render it by using the single template item. And here in this function, so as you can see there is a lot of code here. So I'm going to start from the top. So we're having our prompt or our object, and we're going to use the GSX at the bottom to be able to show all the elements. So we're having the parent div. So I'm gonna get into the on-click event listener. So we're having this class name and we're having the icon and the name. So that's the parent div and that's the icon and that's the div for the name of the single template. And also we're using this function show star because here if we go back to our dashboard, so the stars only are going to be shown in the condition where the user is still in the free plan and the template is only for the plan, the pro plan mode. And if we go at the bottom into the function here, at the show star. So this is what we are doing in this condition. So if the user is pro and the single template is not pro and the single template is for pro, then we are going to return the this React icon to be able star icon to be able to show the icon. Otherwise, we're going to return empty React fragment, meaning that nothing is going to be shown. So, and finally, we're having the span to be able to render the how many words that has been generated and to be able to calculate the total words for each template. So we're going to use this function and we're going to use the reduce function from the all history data. So the same thing that we did for the template inside the all templates page. And here, and finally, I'm going to show you the on-click event listener. So we're going to use the same logic that we did for the single template. So inside the template single card. So if we go at the bottom, so as you can see, we're using this to be able to restrict the access for the user if is in the free plan. So I'm going to use the same logic, but I'm going to add some of the things. Like here, I'm gonna set the show live results as false, and the search it's gonna be updated and it's gonna be empty. But also I added them in here, and the reason why I added them in here because this is going to exit the whole function. So I want to make sure that these are gonna be reset before we can be able to leave our component and go to the pro plan page. So this is basically how we can be able to create, and this function is to be able to adjust the opacity. As you can see, the opacity is has been lowered for if the user is still in the free plan, and because of this function, and we're going to use this function here right into the class name of this div, just to make sure that code it's a lot cleaner.